Thank you, Rabbi, for those words. The House will come to order. Please join Representative Bacon in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile. Rep. Amabile is excused. Oh, is here? Did I hear? Rep. Amabile? Oh. Okay, Bacon. Baisley. Benavidez. Burnett. Representative Burnett is excused. Byrd. Bockenfeld. Basenecker. Bradfield. Caraveo.
Here.
Carver. Catlin. Cutter. Doherty. Representative Doherty's here. Duran. Rep. Duran is present. Esgar. Exum. Froelich. Geithner. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Gray.
Here.
Hanks. Representative Hanks is excused. Herod. Holtorf. Hooten. Rep. Hooten is present. Judah. Kennedy. Kipp. Larson. Lindsay. Lontine. Representative Lontine is here. Luck. Lynch. McCluskey. Representative McCluskey is excused. McCormick. McKean.
13.
McLaughlin. Rep. McLaughlin is excused. Michelson Janae is here. Mollica. Neville.
Here.
Ortiz. Pelton. Pico. Ransom. Rich. Ricks. Roberts. Sandridge. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. They're all right here. Representative Soper. Sullivan. Tipper. Titone. Valdez A. Valdez D. Van Beber. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams.
Here.
Woodrow. Representative Woodrow is excused. Woog. Young. Mr. Speaker.
With 62 present, 3 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Bacon.
Mr. Speaker, I have a riveting motion. I move that the Journal of Wednesday, April 27, 2022 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Representative Bacon. Members, it's very important if you could just direct your attention to the motion. The motion before us is the adoption of the journal as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. I'm not sure. The The body just seems to be wrong about this. The ayes have it. The motion's approved. Announcements and introductions. Representative Molka and family.
Members, today is Take Your Child to Work Day. And so I wanted to introduce you to the crew. We got Gabriella here, who's aka Gabalicious. We have Logan down there crawling somewhere. And then we got Autumn Grace. And so they're down here to see what Dad does and what we all do and the good laws and policy that we work on down here together. And so I just wanted to say hi. And it looks like we might have a little visitor over here with Representative Larson as well.
That's great. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I just want to introduce Cora, who's down here, and I feel bad for Representative Mullica because it's also College Decision Day, and we're going to have to talk about the Tigers and DU later, but we'll leave that for another day.
That's great. Well, welcome to everybody. I must have missed the memo. Representative A. Valdez. I know, I missed the memo. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, today is a very exciting day for me. As the representative of House District 5, I'd like to welcome Florence Crenington School today. Yes, amazing, amazing women. For those of you who don't know, Florence Crenington is, their mission is to provide, prepare, and empower teen moms all across our community. Amazing women raising their children, getting an education, building a better future. Absolutely. I am so proud to be their representative. And everybody, we're going to be meeting at 11 a.m. In Committee Room 109 if you want to come hang out, tell some stories, inspire folks to come up here and serve someday with their great experience. But hats off to you, FloCrit, and welcome.
Thank you, Representative A. Valdez. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, have my child here with me on Take My Child to Work Day, but he found his friends in the basement and I was immediately ditched. So when they turn 14, all bets are off. Anyway, if it's Thursday, members, it is finance. And I'm super excited. Not only is my son here today, but we will be hearing a lot of bills in finance. So today on the calendar is House Bill 1402, House Bill 1391, House Bill 1400, Senate Bill 166, Senate Bill 178, House Bill 1381, House Bill 1385, and House Bill 1406. I will see you there.
Thank you, Representative Byrd. You know, there's a quota, Representative A. Valdez, but 2 is the quota, so go ahead.
This is the rules, sir. Honored to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you, too.
Energy and Environment, we're meeting at probably later than 1:30, but let's plan for 1:30. We'll be in LSBA. The order today will be Senate Bill 180, 168, House Bill 1405, House Bill 1404, and then Senate Bill 138. I'd say pack a snack, if not dinner. See you there.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to announce that it is Parkinson's Advocacy Day. Folks will be here throughout the day. I hope you get an opportunity to speak with one of the over 16,000 people in Colorado that are living with Parkinson's currently, and they will be here from 1 to 3, particularly in the West Lobby.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Speaker and members. I meant to follow Mr. Chair Rep. Valdez. Immediately, I didn't get here in time. The announcement was just that in keeping with recent tradition for long nights in the Energy and Environment Committee, in addition to hearing the bills the chair mentioned, there will be cookies. That is all.
That's great. It would have been hard to know because he had 2 announcements this morning. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Business Affairs and Labor Committee, we are meeting this afternoon. We'll announce the time when it comes. We have 4 bills on our agenda: House Bill 1407, 1408, 1409, and 1410.
All right. We got another announcement. Come on down, Representative Will and Representative Holtorf. Maybe it's a birthday. Representative Holtorf.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your leadership, and thank you, colleagues, for your attention. Today is Hug a Rural Legislator Day to help close the rural-urban divide, so I just wanted to let that be known.
You know, we don't normally do this, but if we could fact check this announcement, that'd be awesome. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be here all day.
Man. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. So I actually have to borrow someone's child every year for Take Your Kid to Work Today, and she refuses to let me introduce her, but Kelly Kelty's daughter is here on the floor today, and we love having Harper down here because she's pretty great. If you can find her in this room, I won't point her out because that would be embarrassing and rude of me, but I wouldn't do that. But she's pretty great, and she likes the fact that she can come in the chamber and her mom cannot. So you might encourage her to wave at her mom, tap on the glass from this side. That would be good. Anyway, welcome, Harper. I'm glad you're here.
Welcome to the chamber. Further announcements and introductions. Seeing none. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1020.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1020. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1020.
House Joint Resolution 1020 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Senators Fenberg and Gardner concerning the commemoration of the Holocaust.
Representative Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Joint Resolution 1020 and ask that it be read at length.
It has been properly moved. Mr. Schiebel.
Whereas the genesis of genocide begins not with violence but with words. And whereas prejudice, bigotry, bias, and racism have been the cause of conflict, war, and mass atrocities throughout human history. And whereas the Holocaust was the systematic, bureaucratic, state-sponsored persecution and murder of Jews by the Nazi regime and its collaborators in Germany and occupied lands. And whereas the Nazis, who came to power in Germany in January 1933, asserted that Germans were racially superior and that Jews and others were inferior and an alien threat to the so-called German racial community. And whereas Hitler used anti-Semitism as a political weapon to gain popular support, blaming Jews for all the German problems, including the country's defeat in World War I, the economic depression, and the Bolshevik threat of communism. It made little difference that Hitler's accusations were blatantly contradictory and his so-called facts were fabricated. And whereas between 1933 and 1945, Nazi Germany and its collaborators murdered 6 million Jews, 2 out of every 3 Jews who lived throughout Europe, 1.5 million of whom were children, as well as 5 million other civilians, including Sinti, Roma, people of intellectual and developmental disabilities, gay men, Jehovah's Witnesses, Soviet prisoners of war, and political dissidents. And whereas we recall that in the aftermath of war, Israel, a close ally and friend of the United States, became a refuge for many survivors who endured the ravages of the Holocaust and has remained a sanctuary for Jews worldwide seeking safety ever since. And whereas we gratefully acknowledge the more than 26,500 non-Jews who, at great risk to themselves, saved Jews during the Holocaust from extermination and have been designated righteous among the nations by Yad Vashem, the World Holocaust Remembrance Center. And whereas today, as we mourn the loss of those who were killed and consider the terrible experiences of those who suffered and lived through the Holocaust, we note that anti-Semitic acts are not a thing of the past. According to the Anti-Defamation League, the number of reported anti-Semitic incidents in Colorado has reached a 40-year high, with 92 incidents, which is a 53% increase from the 60 incidents reported in 2020. Nationally, anti-Semitic incidents remain a historically high level, with well over half of Jewish Americans experiencing directly witnessing some form of anti-Semitic incident. And globally, there has also been an increase in anti-Semitic incidents, and some Jews feel more isolated and vulnerable as a result. And whereas we must acknowledge that ethnic cleansing, genocide, terrorism, crimes against humanity, and wars on civilian populations are not relics of the past. And whereas, regretfully, the phrase never again has become yet again. As we see today and in the recent past, so much brutality in places like Myanmar, Syria, Iraq, Nigeria, Bosnia, Cambodia, Ukraine, Rwanda, the Central African Republic, Sudan, and South Sudan. And whereas today, while we remember the Holocaust, we focus our attention on the passing of Holocaust survivors who provided firsthand accounts of the terrors they endured, leaving their children and grandchildren as the last generations to know the stories of the Holocaust directly from those who lived through it. And whereas, while we are fortunate that several organizations in Colorado are dedicated to retelling the stories of the Holocaust and other genocides, it is not enough. Far too many people, including most students, need more opportunities to learn about these atrocities so they are not repeated. And whereas it is our responsibility to bear witness to the truth of the horrors of the Holocaust, its many lessons, and to prevent hateful words from building up like the bricks that built Auschwitz. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, commemorate the Holocaust, promote anti-bias, bullying prevention, and Holocaust and genocide education programs in school districts and universities to prevent anti-Semitic incidents that target Jewish students as a result of their actual or perceived support of the State of Israel. And declare that the people of Colorado should understand the power of words, remember the great injustices of the past, and commit to preventing such atrocities in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Representative Michelson-Jeannet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we vote on the resolution and then speak, please.
Thank you, Representative Michelson-Jeannet. Yeah, because it's a joint resolution, why don't we take the vote and then do co-sponsors and then move into discussion. Is there any objection to a voice vote? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1020. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Joint Resolution 1020 is adopted. Representative Michelson-Jeannet.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this morning's roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, this morning's roll call will be added as co-sponsors to House Joint Resolution 1020. To the resolution, Representative Michelson-Jeannet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. Please feel free to be seated. And feel free to be seated through if I start crying. I know that we have a tradition of standing up, but this is emotional for me, and I've been working on keeping it together. So, 32 years ago today, I got off a bus. I was wearing a blue windbreaker with a Jewish star, a white Jewish star on the back, and I was standing in Auschwitz. I was surrounded by other teenagers. It was 1990. I was surrounded by other teenagers wearing these blue windbreakers, and it was all Jewish teenagers from around the world. We were standing in the footsteps of the death of our ancestors, and we were standing there alive. Hitler didn't win. And that was the lesson that we were being taught. We walked in rows of 5, 2,000 youth, from Auschwitz to the death camp Birkenau, where so many of my ancestors perished. When we stood on that ground, I remember feeling nothing. People were crying. People were sobbing. I'm an emotional kind of girl. And I'm standing there like, yeah, okay, we're here. Frozen. Frozen. At the end of that trip, we got on an airplane. And the airplane flew us to Israel. And I stood at the remaining wall of our holiest of holies, and I sobbed. My people, my family, 56 members of one side of one side of one side of one family. That's the side of the family that did the family tree, so we know who was lost. Others did not do a family tree.
I worked in Holocaust education. I worked at the United States Holocaust Memorials Museum. I studied there before it was open. My father came to visit, and there is a wall full of books of people who still were trying to find their relatives. So my father randomly pulled down the K, my last name, my maiden name is Kalish. Now you can all get into all of my security stuff. So my father pulled down this book, and he opens the book immediately to the page, and he finds a living cousin that we thought was dead. That was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, people are still finding their displaced family that they thought were dead. My grandfather was not I don't remember him as a kind man. He was a sad man. He was an alcoholic. He was very bad to my mother. So I don't remember him very fondly. But it's 56 members of his family that are lost. And who were they? Who could they have been? How full would my family be had they all not been murdered? Members, we have what's called the power of the word. Whether you believe it or not, when we talk to people, they listen to us. When we talk to especially our people in our community, they listen to us. And sometimes we get excited. And when we get excited, we use bad words, every one of us. Words that make the other one little. We call it politics. Politics allowed the Holocaust to happen. We have a duty, every single one of us, to think very carefully about the words that we choose and the words that we use. When we incite anger and violence amongst our people, anger at the other, we are doing bad work. Yes, we should differ. Yes, there's a divide. Yes, there's differences in who we are and who we worship and who we talk to and who we love and all of those things. But we can differ without violence. We can differ without seeding hatred. It is the seeding of the hatred that leads us down a path we just I don't want us to go on. Colorado is 8th in the nation for anti-Semitic events. How? Have you been outside? It's beautiful. Rural Colorado, some of the most splendid earth to be able to walk. What breeds hatred here? Why? And what can we do about it? And I bring us back to the power of the word. We have the power of the word. Use that word. Use words of kindness. Use words of differences. We have differences. We should have differences. It's exactly why there are 65 people in here and not one. Because we are all unique and different, and we have values that are different, but we all have people we love. Please remember that love when you are dealing with another, because that is the way that we prevent this from happening. 32 years ago, after I left Birkenau, we got on a bus and they took us to Treblinka. It was quite a drive. Treblinka was the first death camp. At Treblinka, they had not yet figured out what to do with the bodies after they had marched them through the gas showers, so they just buried them. And the earth became unstable. And then they figured out, oh, we have to incinerate, we have to burn them. They figured this out at Treblinka. If you walk the earth on Treblinka today, you might find a human bone. That still happens 80 plus years later. I was talking with our guests and heard a scary statistic. When asked who was responsible for the Holocaust, 20% of the people said the Jews. If you wonder why sometimes I get scared and sad and passionate, when I stood on the ground at Treblinka, we made a promise. We sang the words, "For you who die, I must live on. For the songs you will not sing, I promise I will sing." So I will sing you a very short song, Eli, Eli. It's in Hebrew and in English, so you'll understand the words. Eli, Eli, shelo yigamer li olam, achov hayam, rishru shel hamayim, verak hashamayim, tfilat hadam, achov hayam, rishru shel hamayim, verak hashamayim, tfilat hadam. O Lord, my God, I pray that these things never end. The sand and the sea, the rush of the waters, the crash of the heavens, the prayer of the heart, the sand and the sea, the rush of the waters, the crash of the heavens, the prayer of the heart.
Thank you, Representative Michelson Janay. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. December of 2019, my life changed forever. I was fortunate to be one of the legislators asked by Jewish Colorado to go on the Israel trip with them. And one of the events we had on that trip was to go to Avasham. We all learned about the Holocaust in our history classes. My wife and oldest daughter went to Washington, D.C. and went through the Holocaust Museum there, came back and told me about it. But I never really understood the impact until I went to Avasham. Going through that museum and seeing the pictures, and we were so honored that our tour guide had 3 surviving grandparents from that time. She told us some stories that just added to the whole experience. And if you go through that and you're not moved, you really need to search your soul. But I thank Jewish Colorado. I got to know Matt Most, who's over here on the side. He went on that trip with us. And so whenever there's bills that come to this legislature after that experience, I kind of sit up and pay attention. So with that, I thank you all for your time, and thank you for this.
Thank you, Representative Pelton. Is there further discussion? Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I joined Representative Pelton on that same trip, and the entire experience was so moving. I am not Jewish. I'm of the Catholic faith. But there's a poem that I came across that I wanted to share with you. It's called First They Came, and it's a poetic confessional by a German Lutheran pastor. about the silence of the German intellectuals during the Holocaust. And it goes like this. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out, because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, may I introduce some of the guests who have come to listen to today's resolution?
Please.
Over here, we have first Helen. Please stand up. This is Helen Starr. Her mom, Fanny Starr, was always here with us. This is the first year that we don't have Fanny with us because she has passed, one of the oldest Holocaust survivors that lived here in Denver. We have Scott Levin, who is the director of the Anti-Defamation League. We have Susan Brody, who I believe is incoming chair of the Anti-Defamation League. We have Roz Duman, sorry, I couldn't see you. We have Roz Duman, who was my predecessor at the Holocaust Awareness Institute. I was the director after she was director, and now she is director of the Global Genocide, I'm going to get it wrong, the Global Genocide Institute. And then we have Matt Most, who is the chair of the Jewish Community Relations Council, and we have Jeremy Shaver, who is also with the Anti-Defamation League. We thank you all for being here today.
Representative Holdsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, bill sponsors, for this commemorative day to the Holocaust. I have a very important message for this chamber, for this state, and the world. And it's called the leadership of the United States that helps all across the world those that were oppressed. The contribution of the United States military in World War II is historically known to have stopped Nazi aggression and to have freed all those that were residents of these extermination camps. And allow me to explain why I think I have the privilege to even stand here and speak before you, because there is probably some question in some minds. You see, many of us here have served in the United States military. Many of us here, including me, have served in the Republic of Germany. We have stood on the ground as U.S. forces and members of NATO, protecting the world from aggression and oppression. This U.S. leadership can never be forgotten. And if you study the annals of history, the doors to Israel were opened by the negotiations of the leadership of the United States. Now, who opened their arms to the Jewish people post-World War II? The United States and many other countries. But the United States was there for the Jewish people. And many of you have heard me say over and over again, and I don't want to beat on this table, but I feel like I want to. The Judeo-Christian alliance in this world is critical for the survival of the Jewish people and the Christian people. Now, I'm not saying anything against any other religion. Please don't misunderstand my words. But this is so important, and we must never forget. I also want to talk about something else. For those of us who want to criticize our country, who we are, or what our history was, which I refute. U.S. and the United States of America is a leader of the world and must continue to lead the world. Without our leadership, very bad things happen. And we must have the strength to stand up and lead when the world calls for us and not do exactly what one of my colleagues said. And that includes the world conflicts that are happening right now today. And I think we are doing that against a different kind of aggression and oppression. Now, I've been to Dachau. You see, where I was stationed, we were only about 3 hours from Dachau, 2.5 hours, and we made that trip many times. And it was important to walk that camp and see what happened there. And most of you know that the United States military, in fact, the United States Army, were the ones that first showed up to free the prisoners of Dachau that were held by the German army. Now, for those of you that know me, you know I'm quite an inquisitive person, and I'm not afraid to ask anybody any questions, which might be uncomfortable and may be intimidating to some. But I want to tell you what I did that day. It was actually my second tour to Dachau, because I went to some German nationals, and I said to them, how could this have happened? How could you idly stand by? How could you be complicit in what was happening in these walls? Many of you working in the camps, many of you providing the food for the prisoners in the camps, many of you doing the groundskeeping, doing the work as guardsmen, the transportation, all of this. How could you stand idly by? And I want to tell you what I was told by German nationals who were there, and they were elderly, very much like our guests here, were elderly, and many of them had lived that experience. First they said, and this is so important, first they said they were afraid. They were afraid of their own government and the retribution that the Nazi government machine and the punishment that they would be imposed upon them. They were afraid of their own state government or their national government. That's lesson number one. Your government should not be so oppressive that the people are fearful of what the government could do, would do, or may do to you. The next thing is, in this political quagmire, the state grew ever so powerful. And everybody had to find somebody to blame. And the Jewish people were chosen to receive that blame and be guilty of all things and everything for the German society. We know that was flawed, false, and unfair. But they were picked. And propaganda was developed against them at a level the world has never seen up until that time. So state punishment, state oppression, forced compliance, or the fear of uber regulations or penalties to everybody and anybody made most of the citizens comply.
Representative Holtorf, let's try to keep it to the resolution that's before us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is one of the reasons we cannot forget. We cannot forget what happened in Germany. We cannot forget what the Nazi German machine, war machine, propaganda machine did to the world, and most specifically to the Jewish people. You see, there are places in the world I've traveled in my military experience where they believe the Holocaust did not happen. They refute it. I'm not going to name which countries. They say it is in fact propaganda. Well, come to Dachau, come to Auschwitz, meet the people that are sitting in this chamber right now and study their family history, and you know that that is not true. But there's a part of the world that still believes that lie. And I will tell you, there are people in the world that don't want that lie to go away. So we must stand every year strong with the Jewish people, and my colleague here in the chamber, and she has heard me say this 1,000 times. And I will tell everybody, there are people like me that would give their lives to preserve the Judeo-Christian alliance and keep Israel under the leadership of the Jewish people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we have voted on this resolution already, so I will move to the Majority Leader. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of third reading, final passage of bills.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of third reading of bills, final passage. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we're going to do House bills, so if you're following along on your calendar, just bear with me as I have to lay things over as we go through. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move to lay over Senate Bill 9 until tomorrow, April 29th.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 9 will be laid over 1 day per the Majority Leader. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1361.
House Bill 1361 by Representative Basenecker, also Senators Jaquez, Lewis, and Story, concerning measures to enhance oversight of oil and gas operations within the state.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1361 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1361 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1361 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the following bills be laid over until tomorrow, April 29th. Senate Bill 184, Senate Bill 194, Senate Bill 162, Senate Bill 169, Senate Bill 8, Senate Bill 11, Senate Bill 146, Senate Bill 127, Senate Bill 148, Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 158, and Senate Bill 174.
The bills laid out by the Majority Leader will be laid over 1 day to Friday, April 29th. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1367.
House Bill 1367 by Representatives Lontine and Gray, also Senators Winter and Pedersen, concerning modifications to laws prohibiting discrimination in employment practices and in connection therewith, repealing the exclusion of domestic workers from the definition of employee, extending the time limiting for filing a charge alleging unfair or discriminatory employment practices in the Colorado Civil Rights Commission, repealing the prohibition against certain damages in cases alleging age-based discrimination, and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1367 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1367 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1367 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1369.
House Bill 1369 by Representatives Rhoda and Pelt and also Senators Story and Sonnenberg concerning support for children's mental health programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1369 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1369 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1369 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Caraveo, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1380.
House Bill 1380 by Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and Pelton, also Senators Bridges and Quorum, concerning creating comprehensive statewide systems to provide improved access to critical program services that support low-income households and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1380 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1380 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1380 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Caraveo, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1149.
House Bill 1149 by Representatives Lynch and Byrd, also Senators Rankin and Hansen, concerning the expansion of the Advanced Industry Investment Tax Credit and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1149 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1149 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1149 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1327.
House Bill 1327 by Representatives Harrod and McLaughlin, also Senators Moreno and Quorum, concerning former Native American boarding schools in Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1327 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1327 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Carvalho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Carvalho votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1327 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Carvalho, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1394.
House Bill 1394 by Representatives Esgar and Roberts, also Senators Winter and Donovan, concerning funding for just transition programs to assist communities with economic transitions and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1394 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1394 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Carvalho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Carvalho votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. 51 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 2 excused. House Bill 1394 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Carvalho, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1131.
House Bill 1131 by Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Bacon, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning measures to reduce justice involvement for young children and in connection therewith focus on prevention and age-appropriate interventions in making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1131 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1131 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Carvalho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Carvalho votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 37 aye votes, 26 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1131 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1119.
House Bill 1119 by Representatives Gray and Weissman, also Senator Winter, concerning civil liability for presenting false claims for payment to the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1119 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1119 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Carvalho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Carvalho votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1119 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shee will please read the title of the House Bill 1205.
House Bill 1205 by Representatives Kennedy and Weissman, also Senators Hansen and Coleman, concerning the creation of an income tax credit to help income-qualified seniors afford housing and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1005 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1205 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shee will please open the machine, and members please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1205 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Caraveo, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shee will please read the title of the House Bill 1387.
House Bill 1387 by Representatives Titone and Bradfield, also Senators Fields and Priola, concerning measures to ensure that a common interest community has adequate reserve funds.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1387 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1387 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shee will please open the machine, and members please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1387 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Thank you.
Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over the remainder of the third reading calendar until tomorrow, Friday, April 29th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the third reading calendar will be laid over until Friday, April 29th. Mr. Shee, committee reports of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1006, 1011 as amended, 1132 as amended, 1240 as amended, 1259 as amended, 1314 as amended, 1376 as amended, 1378 as amended, 1386 as amended, 1393 as amended, 1397 as amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1058 be postponed indefinitely. 1389 as amended, Senate Bill 140 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1398, Senate Bill 35 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1396 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 171 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Health and Insurance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1399 and 1403 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the following bill. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of special orders. Never mind. I don't need to do that. I move the following bills be made special orders today at 10:09 a.m. House Bill 1011, House Bill 1132, House Bill 1006, House Bill 1363, House Bill 1240, House Bill 1386, House Bill 1314, House Bill 1393, House Bill 1397, House Bill 1259, House Bill 1378, House Bill 1399, House Bill 1403, House Bill 1398, House Bill 1372, Senate Bill 35, Senate Bill 171.
The following bills laid out by the Majority Leader on Thursday, April 28th at 10:09 a.m. will be made special orders. Representative Kipp. Seeing no objection, Representative Kipp will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat rule is definitely relaxed. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of HB 22-1011? Oh, sorry, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1011 to the end of the special orders calendar.
Thank you. I'm seeing no objection. HB 22-1011 will be laid over.
You guys ready?
Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of HB 22-1132?
House Bill 1132 by Representatives Holtorf and Exum, also Senator Liston, concerning the provision of wildfire mitigation services and in connection therewith regulating controlled burns on private property.
Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chair, I move the appropriations report to House Bill 1132.
Please proceed.
And to the bill.
Would you like to move all of the reports at the same time? So also move the energy environment?
Yes, ma'am. I also move the energy and environment report to House Bill 1132.
Thank you. To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The appropriations report allocates $100,000 to the local firefighter safety and disease prevention fund.
Thank you. Before you move the appropriations report, before we vote on it, you do need to move the bill as well, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also move House Bill 1132.
Thank you. All in favor? Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the appropriations report, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The appropriations report is adopted. Okay, to the energy environment report.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Holtorf.
The Energy and Environment report on the bill removed the penalties that were in the original body of the bill. It also amended the bill, which specifically with respect to the Division of Fire Prevention and Safety statutes, to make them in line with existing statutes that needed to be aligned.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the Energy and Environment report? Seeing none, all in favor of the Energy and Environment report, please say aye.
Amendment from CCI.
All opposed, please say nay.
Is that to the bill?
Okay, with that, the Energy and Environment report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1132, L006 to House Bill 1132 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. The bill has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Holtorf, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment was brought forth by CCI, and it aims to address the unincorporated areas outside the boundaries of fire protection districts in rural Colorado's, and allows for the county sheriffs, emergency management services, or other incident command to be the reporting authority for these control burns.
Is there any further discussion on L006? Seeing none, all in favor of L006 to HB 1132, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
That's just it.
Okay, the ayes have it. L006 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Representative Hortor for allowing me to join him on this bill. This is very, very important in the fire service when they're doing controlled burns, that they need to notify the local authorities because there's always a lot of smoke and areas going on, and a lot of people start calling in because they're concerned. So they need to make sure that they call in to notify the local authorities about what's going on. And then the other part that was added in appropriations, I want to talk about that for a little bit, the Local Firefighter Safety Disease Prevention Fund. I had the opportunity to help start that fund with a bill that I ran in 2013 to make sure that our local firefighters have the equipment that they need, especially some of our smaller fire departments, the medium-sized departments, some of the rural departments need to make sure they have the equipment that they need to take care of their communities and to serve us. And thanks again to Representative Hortor for allowing me to join him on this bill. He's going to talk a little bit about the grant money that was dedicated to his area.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Within this bill also, we are talking about the memorialization, which will be a tribute will be forthcoming to a fallen firefighter, Captain Darcy Stallings. And that is, it's so important that we recognize and we honor our fallen firefighters, those first responders who are out there that are already in this state this year, so busy trying to protect everybody in the state from these terrible and tragic wildfires.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1132? Seeing none, all in favor of HB 22-1132, please say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. HB 22-1132 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of HB 22-1006?
House Bill 1006 by Representatives Robertson Van Winkle, also Senators Donovan and Smallwood, concerning the property tax exemption for property used as an integral part of a child care center.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1006 and the Appropriations Committee report. Or there's no.
I do not see an Appropriations Committee report. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, very excited to be bringing House Bill 1006 with Representative Van Winkle. As you all know, Colorado has seen a significant reduction in access and affordability of child care over the last few years. Much of this is due to COVID and other pressures, but with the cost of real estate, the cost of providing quality care, and the reimbursement of child care providers have also caused this decrease in affordability and access. That's why we are bringing this bill. Rep. Van Winkle and I worked on this bill as one way to try and alleviate the barriers to more affordable and accessible child care in our state. This bill, when passed, would extend an already existing property tax exemption to property owners that lease to nonprofit child care centers. Right now, the property tax exemption is only available to landowners who own the property and operate the child care center. But we have so many nonprofit child care centers across the state who are leasing their property for their child care center, and they deserve this property tax exemption too. We also hope that this can be a great incentive for more nonprofit child care centers to open up when landlords know they will be eligible for this tax relief if they lease to a child care center. While we know this won't solve our affordability crisis when it comes to childcare, it will be a needed tool in the toolbox for communities across the state to attract new childcare centers to open and increase the affordability and access to childcare in our state. We have a broad array of support for this bill, and I want to thank everybody who's worked so hard. This is an idea that came from Eagle County, and I know Rep. Van Winkle heard it from his community as well. This is a needed step forward to make sure that families can have access to affordable childcare and that our wonderful childcare providers get some tax relief. It will save them money, and it will help Colorado. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My sincere thanks to Chairman Roberts for joining me in this bill. It is a very great bill. We heard it first actually back, I believe it was late January, and it is such an honor to finally be here and bring it before the whole House because as we know, members, that access to affordable quality childcare options is vital for many families and is a critical tool for families in realizing their child's full potential. With access to affordable quality childcare options, families can pursue employment and educational opportunities that contribute to family stability and financial security. This bill cuts taxes, levels the playing field, because right now there's literally a situation in Colorado where a child care nonprofit center on one side of the street is being taxed and a child care nonprofit center on the other side of the street, very same setup, is not being taxed. So what this will do is it'll level the playing field, reduce taxes, and provide tax relief while increasing access to quality, affordable child care. I agree, yes vote, and thank you, Representative Roberts.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1006? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of HB 22-1006. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Sorry, seeing that, the ayes have it, and HB 22-1006 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1363, 4 bills.
Okay, we'll try and count. Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Can you please read the title of HB 22-1240? One sec.
House Bill 1240 by Representatives Froelich and Young, also Senators Fields and Simpson.
Oh, just one sec.
Concerning enhancing mandatory reporting for people required to report child abuse.
Representative Young?
Madam Chair, it is an honor to serve with you. I move the appropriations report as amended.
Thank you. It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Young. Can you please move the bill and both reports?
I move House Bill 22-1240 and both the appropriation and judiciary. Oh, education.
Well, it says
judiciary. I was right.
Judiciary report. Thank you. So to the appropriations report. Representative Froelich.
Thank you. The Appropriations Committee appropriated, and we ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the Appropriations report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? Okay, with that, the Appropriations report is adopted. To the Judiciary report.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Froelich.
In Judiciary, we did a strike below. The strike below is now the bill. All of these contentious issues are moved to the task force, and I have an amendment to the Judiciary report to add another member to the task force, and I move Amendment L05 to the Judiciary report and ask that it be displayed. And this is from...
Thank you. The amendment has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Froelich, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This task force is super popular, and the family law attorneys asked to be added, and so we said, okay, and that's what this amendment is. I ask for a yes vote.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the judiciary report? Seeing none, the question before us is... I'm sorry, on the amendment. My apologies. The question before us is the adoption of L005 to the judiciary report for 1240. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No? Okay, the ayes have it. L005 to 1240 is adopted. Okay, Representative Young. This is to the judiciary report?
I move the judiciary report as amended.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the judiciary report? Seeing none, the question before us is the judiciary report as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say no. Okay, the judiciary report as amended is adopted to 1240. To the bill, Representative Young.
As a mandatory reporter for my whole career, this is a very important bill. As Representative Froelich has said, it gathered a great deal of interest because we really have not substantially updated mandatory reporting in a number of years since we have expanded mandatory reporters by 40 different professions. This process really impacts not only the families and children that are impacted by this, but it also impacts the reporters. So it is so essential that we bring all of these groups together and really come to a decision and consensus how to best serve our families and individuals as we continue to do the very important process of reporting when child abuse is suspected.
Thank you, Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my wonderful co-prime from Weld County. Couple critical things that have to be addressed and haven't been addressed since 1963. Key is cultural competency. We don't find that mandatory reporters have any training in cultural competency. This has real effects on folks that are become involved in particularly in the criminal justice system because of mandatory reporting issues, and there lacks explanation of what simple things like immediately means. And so even though we thought that those would be simple fixes, they aren't, and they engendered great debate. And so the task force will take on these issues, and we ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1240? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of HB 22-1240. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? The ayes have it. HB 22-1240 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of HB 22-1386?
House Bill 1386 by Representatives Amabile and Soper, also Senators Hansen and Gardner, concerning measures related to competency to proceed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Judiciary Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
Can you please also move the bill?
And the bill.
Thank you. Please go to the Appropriations report.
Thank you. This morning, we appropriated $30 million. No, 28 million. Close. I was rounding error.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Okay, the ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Judiciary report. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In House Judiciary Committee, we actually added 3 amendments that changed the bill quite a bit. So one thing that we just didn't really want to do is duplicate existing areas of law. So that was one amendment that we added, was to clarify that we weren't going to recreate the wheel. Another thing that we really want to clarify is that the $28 million that was appropriated today, that would go to help the department continue to lease or rent beds for competency restoration, and then $800,000 of that will go towards studying the feasibility of purchasing an existing hospital building for competency restoration services in the future.
And civil commitment.
Thank you.
And civil commitments.
Is there any further discussion on the judiciary report? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the judiciary report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The judiciary report is adopted. Representative Soper, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to talk about the bill a little bit. It's important to remember the process of what happens. If you're accused of a crime, you first must be competent to stand trial. And for those individuals who are not mentally competent to stand trial, what we do is we go through a restoration period of time to restore their competency. And this can either be done through in-service or outpatient service. And it can either be done in jail as detention or outpatient service. What we're wanting to do here is to have more outpatient service for those low-level offenders who are not a risk to society, they're not a flight risk, and hopefully they're not a risk at all to themselves, to be able to allow them to be restored to competency at their own home using outpatient services. This will also free up space within our jails, saving our counties money. It will draw down the list. So currently there's 380 people on the waiting list to be restored to competency. Every year we pay about $12 million in fines because of this, of the backlog. Our bill here will for sure draw down the wait list by at least 53 individuals, if not more. And the fact that we're able to lease beds and expand the service will probably draw this down a lot more. It's very important to do this, to be able to allow individuals to either get back on a course of having their case resolved or find an alternate means of help.
I'm Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the issue of competency has been talked about before in this chamber, and this bill actually is going to do something about it. And to the department's credit, they have been working really hard to solve this problem. But what we heard recently in a briefing from the department was, if we just continue doing what we're doing right now, the competency backlog will grow to 500 in the near future. That will go from 380 to 500. And that is unacceptable, that we have so many people stacked up in jail. And people have been there, many people have been there for more than a year. These are people who have been convicted of no crime. They are just waiting so that they can even make a plea deal in their case, because you cannot do that if you don't understand the deal that you're making. So we can talk about the money all day long, and I believe that this bill will, in the long run, save us money. But also, we need to talk about the people, because they are our sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, our grandchildren, who are waiting in jail and being made sicker and sicker by the moment. So I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Thank you, and Representative Carver. And folks, if you could please quiet down just a bit. It's getting a bit noisy in here. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Representative Carver, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to commend the sponsors. This bill is absolutely essential. While the introduced bill I had some concerns with the amendments, they are not changing the review standards for how to determine who can do restoration services on an outpatient versus an inpatient. So there is the public safety factors under current law remain there. But what this bill critically does is it provides needed money to increase restoration, to try and reduce the waiting list of over 300, and to look at what is really needed, which is a permanent expansion of capacity for another hospital to do these kind of psychiatric services. So I am glad to support this bill. Again, commend the sponsors. Failure to do restoration in a timely fashion has been an issue for the 8 years I've been in the legislature. And because Colorado was sued and lost, because we were failing in our legal obligation for restoration, again, we are being assessed. The last year it was $12 million a year that we are paying out for our failure to comply with the court-ordered approved settlement. So we need to find a way to deal with this backlog of those needing restoration. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1386? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of HB 22-1386. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. This HB 22-1386 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of HB 22-1314?
House Bill 1314 by Representatives Ricks and Hooton. Also Senators Gonzalez and Sonnenberg, concerning the rights of a person with ownership interest in a vehicle that has been towed from private property without the person's consent.
Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Appropriations Committee report.
Can you move the bill both the appropriations
Thank you,
and the
Madam
business?
Chair. I move House Bill 22-1314 as amended.
And the
Appropriations Committee report.
And the Business and Labor report.
And
yeah, just do them all. The business
and the Business Committee report.
Yeah.
But Madam Chair, we do have a couple amendments to the Business Committee report.
Okay, we will do the appropriations report, and then we will do that.
Okay, and that's what I was hoping to do.
Yes.
Okay.
With Mandy.
So,
Representative Hooton, would you like to discuss the Appropriations
Committee,
report?
what we did was we moved notification of the sale of a vehicle to the vehicle owner from the Department of Revenue to the towing carriers.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor report, Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L023 to the Business Affairs Committee report.
Thank you. One moment.
To be displayed. Okay.
Thank you. L023 has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Chair. Madam Chair, this amendment adds additional information to be included in the Towing Task Force report that is going to be provided to the PUC and the General Assembly. After speaking to Dora, they suggested that we put into statute exactly what we wanted in the report, and that so it could be absolutely clear. And what we're asking for is that there's more transparency around towing rates, consensual tows versus non-consensual tows. We're also asking for the task force to make recommendations to the PUC on rates and complaints. This amendment adds more transparency for towing rate recommendations by the task force by requiring that rates, the way how the rate formulas are set, be included in the report. Also, a breakdown of the number of complaints that we're getting through the PUC. We want to see all of that as well. And we also want to get a complete list of the towing carriers operating in Colorado, since there's over 700 tow companies now.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L023? Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we do have another amendment, so I just need clarification about when you would like me to move that.
is it to this amendment, or is it to the
No, it's
business?
not. It's
Is
to
it to the business report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's get through this amendment, and then you can move your next amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the question before us is the adoption of L023 to 1314, which is to the committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, the ayes have it. The L023 is adopted. Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L024 to the Business Affairs Committee report.
Thank you. L024 has been properly moved and displayed. Please proceed. Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what this amendment does is clarify that House Bill 1314 addresses exclusively non-consensual tows and not consensual tows or any tow that is initiated by law enforcement.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L024? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L024 to HB 1314's Business and Labor Affairs Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, the ayes have it. L024 is adopted. To the committee report. Who would like to discuss that further? Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in a nutshell, what House Bill 1314 does is it creates some parameters around non-consensual towing in Colorado. It's the Public Utilities Commission, overseen by the Department of Regulatory Agencies, that is responsible for regulating the tow operators in Colorado. There is very little guidance in statute about how that business should be conducted, and as a result, for the past 40 years, the tow operators have created their own guidelines for their business. And unfortunately, there has been a lot of collateral damage for vehicle owners who have no idea what the rules are and what they should consider when parking their vehicle.
Representative Hooton,
things like expired registration tags on a license plate has been justification for a tow.
Representative Hooton, is this to the committee report?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, did I not make that clear?
I just wanted to be sure that we shouldn't pass that and move on to the bill. It sounded like you might be speaking to the bill. So I wanted to be clear.
Indeed. Yes, you are absolutely correct. That's exactly what I was doing, and I apologize for that. So what we did is we had a framework for...
So do you want me to pass the business report now, or do you have more to explain
please.
about it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The question before us is the business committee report as adopted. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Okay, the ayes have it. The business committee report is adopted. Now we would love to hear about your bill. Representative Hooton.
Okay, I think I left off at vehicles owners not understanding fully what their rights are. Well, they don't understand their rights, and they don't have any sense of what might justify a non-consensual tow. Clearly, if you're parking unauthorized in a handicapped spot in front of a fire hydrant in a fire lane, all drivers know that you can't park there unauthorized. Or if you're required to have a decal on your car to park in a certain location, you understand you have to have that decal. So drivers who live in communal living situations like an HOA or an apartment complex or a mobile home community don't necessarily know what the parking rules are and find their cars disappeared. Cars that were parked in front of their homes disappeared. and it can be quite expensive to identify where the vehicles are and to retrieve them. You can miss work, not be able to bring your kids to school, not be able to get to a doctor's appointment. I mean, there are a lot of complications. I think we all probably know somebody who has been towed unwillingly. So what we're doing here with this bill is just establishing some best business practices for the towing industry and some notification requirements and signage requirements for people who live in these communal properties.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in committee, we heard many hours of testimonies in committee. So many individuals showed up who were impacted. People's cars have been towed from in front of their homes. They've been taken to the impound lot. They've lost their jobs. They can't take their kids to, doctor's appointments. Cars were sold. We listened to the tow carriers and stakeholders' concerns, and we've had numerous meetings. And the sheer number of amendments that we have, up to 23, just trying to ensure that everyone was heard and that we were making sure that this industry would not be impacted, but that we're putting guardrails in there to ensure that if a car is towed illegally, that there were penalties in the law. The other big thing about this is that if someone is unable to pay when their car is towed because it's an unexpected expense, usually around $600, $300 to $600 within the first couple days of being towed. If they don't have that money, they're able to get their car back and sign a form that says that they will pay the tow truck carrier. But now they can continue on with their work. They can still go to work. They can still take their kids. Their whole lives are not interrupted because of that. And I think that's important. The other thing is that we're making the tow truck companies take pictures of violations. So many people complained that they were not illegally parked, but it's really that the tow truck company was the judge, the jury, and the bill's bondsman when it came to these types of situations. So this bill really just tries to level the playing field between tow truck operators and consumers and vehicle owners. And so many people have reached out talking about how this bill was ready and we needed it. In fact, we had an interview back in January with Brian Moss. Some of you guys might know him, and he said that he's heard stories years after years about tow truck companies, and he was wondering what took us so long. So here we are, and we just ask for your support on this bill because it is going to ensure that people are being towed fairly and that there's equity when they are towed.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on HB 221314? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure it's entirely fair to characterize the towing industry before the passage of this bill as essentially the Wild West, because the Public Utilities Commission does oversee the towing industry. It is a regulated industry. That's why we haven't had very many bills in this body over it, because there is a regulatory oversight to make sure any bad actors are essentially unlicensed and unable to work in the state of Colorado. Now, the original bill that was introduced, and my sincere thanks to the bill sponsors for working with stakeholders and amending the bill in several significant ways to make it a better bill. I do appreciate that, because the original bill, it would have severely impacted the ability for law enforcement to even clear a roadway after an accident, such as on I-25 or something, and it would have left a lot of handicapped Coloradans out in the cold, quite literally far away from where they are trying to park. So the bill has improved dramatically, but there are still very large concerns in the bill that have not quite been addressed, and therefore I'll urge a no vote today and may speak a second time.
Thank you. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize if I missed it. I want to understand, I see there's a 24-hour notice before towing on private property, common areas of a condominium, cooperative apartment, or mobile home park. Are those the only areas, or is this for any parking spot? Is this
Public property, is this in a handicap spot? Is that notice always required? And forgive me if I...
Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Representative Woog. These are non-consensual tows, so they only occur on private property, predominantly in HOA communities, in apartment complexes, and manufactured home communities. All of the parking lots and the property in each of those communal resident communities are privately owned. And in many cases, the property manager has a contract with the towing company for supervising their parking lots. In many instances, they do not. I mean, it's required by law, but they are not required to submit those contracts anywhere. So this is strictly private property in those communities. This has nothing to do with law enforcement tows, law enforcement ordered tows, tows associated with car accidents, anything of that nature. Any tow associated with law enforcement is not addressed in this bill, and we just ran an amendment, Amendment 24, to make that crystal clear. Another example of a consensual tow, so law enforcement tows are considered consensual tows. That's the vernacular. And that would also include, like, if you broke down on the side of the road and called AAA and they ordered a tow truck for you, or, you know, you needed to jump in your driveway because your battery was dead and no one was there to jump you. Multiple occasions like that are consensual. That means the vehicle owner or law enforcement initiated the tow. And that could be on any kind of property. Non-consensual tows occur only on private property in the vast majority of cases in those communal areas that I mentioned.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just one more question for now before I come back. My understanding is those people could willingly know that they're parking illegally, though, and then get towed?
Representative Hooton.
Well, the question of legality on private property is one of the issues that we are attempting to address in this bill. Because when you're being towed on public byways, there are rules written that all vehicle operators should know about, right? You have parked too long in a paid parking spot, you know, a metered parking spot. You get some tickets from law enforcement, you're not responding to that, and then you're either getting booted or you're getting towed. Or you are parking in a business parking lot, and they have a sign, a towing, you know, no parking sign. It is the business's prerogative to call an operator and say, you know, we need that spot and someone's been in there and we need to get that car moved out. And so a tow operator will come and do that. When it comes to apartment associations, HOAs, mobile home communities, vehicle owners can be towed at the discretion of the driver of a tow truck. What's very common and quite profitable for tow carriers is to tow a car with an expired registration tag. Now, first of all, that is a law enforcement issue. But because it's occurring on private property, law enforcement is not engaged. If you were driving down 25 and you had an expired tag on your license plate, a law enforcement officer may or may not pull you over. If they do, they're giving you a citation. If your tag is expired for more than a year, they may or may not write you a ticket. But that's what happens to you with an expired tag. If you're in an HOA and there is a tow operator in there, that is a very common reason for tow operators to hook you up and drive to an impound lot and store your car there. For a dent, for rust. It's very arbitrary, and it's absolutely up to the discretion of the tow operator. Occasionally, there are contracts between property managers and tow operators, which residents, tenants, either property owners or renters, they have that included with their agreements, with their lease agreements, right? But that's the exception, that is not the rule. So for those people, they know what the rules are.
Right.
For everyone else, they do not. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and there's just been so many amendments, I'm not entirely sure what everything in the bill. So, honest question here, just to follow up on the representative's question before. One of the pieces of testimony we got a lot in committee was from especially handicapped individuals who they live in an apartment downtown or a building downtown here, and they actually purchased their space, and even though it's private property, it's within their apartment complex, they purchase it so that because they have a special situation in it, especially in a wheelchair or something else. Has that been addressed in the bill where if someone comes, and I see nodding heads, yes, so thank you. Because I want to make sure that if there's that handicapped person outside their apartment, that they're able to always have access to that spot, so thank you.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also am playing catch-up on this, so thank you for your hard work on this. But what came out to me in committee was the PUC, for whatever reason, is not either doing their job or not enabled to do their job. Can you talk just a little bit about what this bill does to enable the PUC to enforce some of these regulations?
Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that is a great question.
Thank you.
Representative Lynch, and that is a main motivator for the bill. The PUC and DORA came and testified on the bill, and what they told us was that they need guidance from the legislature, that in statute there is practically nothing that gives them guidance. Even though they are the authority to regulate, they have practically nothing to work with. And they support the bill with amendments, so they gave us amendments which the Business Affairs Committee adopted. And then Amendment 23 also came from them. So we feel like, I mean, they've given us what they wanted, but it was really the PUC who put that fine point on for the committee, right, that this is the problem. This is a business that has found their own way to conduct business because the legislature hasn't given the governing authority adequate direction and authority on how this business should be overseen.
Representative Ricks.
Also, what the PUC asked for was the ability or the authority to take licenses away from bad actors within the industry. They didn't even have that authority. So this legislation is going to give them that authority to do that. So, yeah.
Right.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one other kind of follow-up on that is that last year we passed this towing commission task force. However, we haven't heard anything from them. How will future legislation, I feel like we're kind of pushing this ahead of where we've heard feedback from those folks. As this moves forward, how can we know that, they may come back and come to some different conclusions and now we've gone on ahead and passed legislation that may go against what they're saying. Can you just talk a little bit about how the interaction of, the future of the towing business will be influenced by this task force?
Representative Ricks.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Lynch. So last year, what we did was to pass a towing task force bill, and that bill added more industry players or more consumer consumer representation on the task force. The task force was heavy industry with towing carriers, insurance agents, all of that. And there was no representation from the public who is impacted by the towing bill or the towing industry. So we added that. The towing task force is very limited in its scope. It does not regulate this industry. They have two tasks, which is to make recommendations to the PUC on fees and also on complaints, like, if there's a lot of complaints. So the towing task force just started to meet. In that bill, what we did was to give them authority to start to meet. We said that they needed to meet more than twice a year. They elected officers. And so they're still in place. However, they are not a self-regulating body. What they do is they can make recommendations on those two areas. And so the PUC is still in control of this and has to make the final decisions. And so they will be sending us some reports later this year.
Thank you. Is there any, Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one last question. So as this bill was introduced, it was a real threat to the existence of towing companies. And though those of us that have had our vehicle towed are not happy about that. However, when you think about a world without towing companies, which is not not something a lot of us spend our free time thinking about, but when we think about a world without towing companies, that gets a little scary. So if you guys could just tell me the amendments that I couldn't keep up with because there were so many of them, what keeps these towing companies in business? Because quite frankly, if they can't make money and survive, then we're removing something that I think is fairly essential for us to have those. So what were the amendments that were added that actually made those guys at least, none of this is making them happy, but made them come to a better place?
Thank you, Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you, Representative Bockenfeld.
I've been observing the debate on this bill. There seems to be a substantial amount of confusion. And so I think it would probably be a good idea if we read this bill at length.
Okay, there's been a request to read the bill at length. Please do so.
Second regular session, 73rd General Assembly State of Colorado introduced. LLS No. 22 to 63.02 Jerry E. Payne X 2157 House Bill 22 to 1314. House Committees, Senate Committees, Business Affairs and Labor. A bill for an act. 101 concerning the rights of a person with ownership interest in. 102 a vehicle that has been towed from private property. 103 without the person's consent. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Current law requires a towing carrier to notify law enforcement within 30 minutes after towing an abandoned vehicle of the carrier's name and the storage location and description of the vehicle. The bill clarifies that the carrier is deemed to have complied if the carrier gave the location of the storage facility to law. House sponsorship Ricks and Hooten. Senate sponsorship Gonzalez. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Enforcement when obtaining authorization for the tow, or the carrier made 2 or more attempts within the 30 minutes after the tow to notify a law enforcement agency but was unsuccessful for reasons beyond the control of the carrier. When a carrier tows a vehicle without the owner's or lien holder's consent, current law requires the carrier to notify the Department of Revenue, the owner, and the lien holder of the tow between 2 and 10 days after the tow, thus imposing a 2-day waiting period before notification. The bill repeals this waiting period and instead requires notice within 10 days after the tow. The carrier is authorized to use a telephone to notify the owner or lien holder. Current law also denies the carrier daily storage fees if the carrier fails to reasonably notify the owner and lien holder. The bill forbids daily storage fees until the carrier has sent the required notice to the owner and lien holder. The bill requires that carriers that are towing a vehicle from private property without the owner's, operator's, or lien holder's consent charge the same fees for tows made without the owner's consent as the carrier charges for tows made with the owner's consent. These fees must be filed with the Public Utilities Commission, PUC, and posted at the carrier's storage location. Accept cash and major credit cards, as defined by rule of the PUC, and, upon request, disclose the accepted forms of payment. Not charge storage fees for a day on which the carrier did not store the vehicle. Before connecting to a vehicle, photographically document the vehicle's condition and the reason for the tow. Failure to produce documentation of the vehicle's condition or the reason for the tow creates a rebuttable presumption that any damages to the vehicle were caused by the carrier or that the tow was not authorized. Maintain an area at each storage facility with lighting adequate to inspect a vehicle for damage. Upon demand of the owner, retrieve the vehicle or the contents of the towed vehicle or allow the owner to retrieve the vehicle or the contents. Obtain authorization from the property owner, leaseholder, or common interest community within 24 hours before towing a vehicle from private property. Give 24 hours written notice before removing a vehicle from a parking spot or the common areas of a condominium, cooperative, apartment, or mobile home park. Upon request, provide evidence of the carrier's insurance. -2 HB 22-1314. Coverages. Have a sign at storage facilities that states the name, telephone number, and hours of operation of the carrier's business. Upon request, provide an itemized bill showing each charge and the rate for each fee that the person has incurred. Give a written notice of the ability to make a complaint to the PUC. To perform a non-consensual tow, other than for an abandoned motor vehicle, from private property normally used for parking, the property owner must have provided adequate signs communicating the parking regulations that subject a vehicle to being towed, and, unless ordered by a peace officer, not tow a vehicle from private property because the rear license plate shows the vehicle registration is expired. A carrier's mechanic's lien is abolished if the carrier tows a vehicle from private property without the owner's, operator's, or lien holder's consent. If a carrier fails to comply with the provisions of the bill, the carrier may not charge or retain any fees or charges for the services performed with respect to the vehicle and must return any fees it collected with respect to the vehicle. It is an affirmative defense in any action to collect towing fees that the carrier failed to comply with these provisions. If a carrier damages a vehicle or violates these provisions in a manner that causes damages and refuses to reimburse the owner, operator, or lien holder, the owner or lien holder may recover attorney fees. The carrier and an owner or lien holder may use mediation to resolve disputes involving non-consensual tows. Any mediated agreement may be submitted to the Office of Tow Hearings, office, which is created in the bill, and a court, both of which are authorized to enforce the agreement. The office is created within the PUC to adjudicate disputes between carriers and owners or lien holders when a vehicle is towed from private property without the owner's or lien holder's consent. The office will employ hearing officers or use administrative law judges to govern proceedings and to hold hearings to determine whether a carrier violated the law or caused damages. The office may order carriers to reimburse owners or lien holders, and this reimbursement may include attorney fees. The final actions of the office are subject to judicial review in accordance with the State Administrative Procedure Act. Carriers are required to record certain information about each non-consensual tow, retain the information in their records for 3 years, and produce the records within 48 hours upon request. -3 HB 22-1314. A carrier is prohibited from paying money or other valuable consideration to a landowner or business for the privilege of non-consensually towing vehicles. It is a deceptive trade practice to violate the provisions of the bill, and the Attorney General is responsible for enforcement. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes 42-4-2103, Amend 3, 2, 3A, 3, C, I, A, 3, C, 2, and 4, Introductory Portion, and 4 Repeal, 4B, as follows, 542-4-2103. Abandonment and non-consensual towing of motor 6 vehicles, private property rules. 2A. Any operator having in his 7 or her possession any possessing a motor vehicle that was abandoned on 8 private property shall notify, within 30 minutes, the department, the 9 sheriff, or the sheriff's designee, of the county in which the motor vehicle 10 is located or the chief of police, or the chief's designee, of the 11 municipality in which the motor vehicle is located. The notice must 12 include 13A, as to the name of the operator, and 14B, the location of the impound lot storage facility where the 15 vehicle is located, and 16C, a description of the abandoned motor vehicle, including the 17 make, model, color, and year, the number, issuing state, and expiration. 18 date of the license plate, and the vehicle identification number. 19, 2, and operator is deemed to have complied with 20 subsection 2A(I) of this section if 21A, the operator gave the location of the storage 22 facility to the law enforcement agency when obtaining 23 authorization for the tow, or -4 HB 22-1314. 1B, the operator made 2 or more attempts, within the 230 minutes required in subsection 2A(I) of this section, 2-3 notify the responsible law enforcement agency but was 4 unsuccessful for reasons beyond the control of the operator. 5b. Upon such notification receiving the notice required in 6 subsection 2a of this section, the law enforcement agency that 7 receives such the notice shall 8i. Assign the vehicle a tow report number immediately. 9.2. Shall enter the vehicle and the fact that it has been towed in 10 the Colorado Crime Information Center computer system. And 11.3. Shall ascertain, if possible, whether or not the vehicle has 12 been reported stolen, and, if so, reported, such the agency. Shall 13a. Recover and secure the motor vehicle. 14b. And notify its rightful owner. And 15c. Terminate the abandonment proceedings under this Part 21. 16c. Upon the release of the vehicle to the owner or lien holder, the 17 operator shall notify the responsible law enforcement agent, who shall 18 adjust or delete the entry in the Colorado Crime Information Center 19 computer system. The responsible law enforcement agency and operator 20 shall have the right to recover from the owner their reasonable fees for 21 recovering and securing the vehicle. Nothing in this section shall be 22 construed to authorizes fees for services that were not 23 provided or that were provided by another person or entity. 24. 3a. Not more than 10 days after a motor vehicle has 25 been towed, an operator shall no less than 2 days, but no more than 26 10 days after a motor vehicle has been towed or abandoned, report such 27 the motor vehicle towed to the department by first class or certified mail. -5 HB 22-1314. 1 by personal delivery or by internet communication, which the report to shall must be on a form prescribed and supplied by the department. 3c(i)(a). Not more than 10 days after a motor vehicle 4 has been towed, an operator or its agent shall no less than 2 days, but 5 no more than 10 days after a motor vehicle has been towed or abandoned. 6 determine who the owner is and if whether there is a lien holder, and 7 send notify the owner and any lien holder by telephone, and by 8 sending a notice by certified mail, return receipt requested, to the address 9 of the owner and any lien holder as determined from records of the 10 department or from the national search performed by the department in 11 accordance with subsection 3c(4) of this section. 12.2. The operator shall not be entitled to recover any daily 13 storage fees from the day the vehicle is towed until the day the operator 14 sends the owner and any lien holder are notified, unless the operator 15 reasonably attempts to notify the owner and lien holder by the date 16 specified in subparagraph I of this paragraph C. Sending a notice by 17 certified mail, return receipt requested, to the owner and the lien holder as 18 represented in department records shall be deemed a reasonable attempt. 19 to notify the owner and the lien holder. Failure to notify the owner and the 20 lien holder due to the receipt of erroneous information from the 21 department shall not cause the loss of such storage fees accrued from the 22 date the vehicle is towed until the owner and the lien holder receive such 23 notice, the notice required in subsection 3c(i) of this section. 24.4. Within 3 days after the receipt of the record set forth in 25 subsection 3c of this section from the department, the operator shall 26 notify by telephone and by certified mail the owner of record, including 27 an out-of-state owner of record. The operator shall make a reasonable -6 HB 22-1314. 1 effort to ascertain the address of the owner of record. The notice must too contain the following information. 3b. The claim of any lien under section 42-4-2105 for section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes 42-4-2104, amend 5.4 as follows. 642-4-2104. Appraisal of abandoned motor vehicles sale. 7.4. Transferring the title of a motor vehicle to an operator to satisfy a 8 debt covered by a lien created pursuant to this Part 21 shall incurred in 9 towing and abandoned vehicle not be deemed to be the sale of a 10 motor vehicle. 11 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes 42-4-2105, amend 12.1 and 3 as follows. 1342-4-2105. Liens upon towed motor vehicles. 1. Whenever an 14 operator who is registered with the department in accordance with 15 subsection 2 of this section recovers, removes, or stores a motor vehicle 16 upon instructions from the owner of record or any other legally 17 authorized person in control of such the motor vehicle, or from the 18 owner or lessee of real property upon which a motor vehicle is illegally 19 parked, or such owner's or lessee's agent authorized in writing, such the 20 operator shall have as a possessor lien, subject to the provisions of 21 section 42-4-2103, 3, upon such the motor vehicle and its attached 22 accessories, equipment, and personal property for all the costs and fees. 23 for recovering, towing, and storage as authorized in section 42-4-2108. 24 such the lien shall be a first and prior lien on the motor vehicle, and 25 such lien shall be satisfied before all other charges against such the 26 motor vehicle. This subsection 1 shall not apply to personal property if 27 subsection 3 of this section applies to such personal property. -7 HB 22-1314. 1.3. If the operator obtains personal property from an abandoned 2 vehicle that has been towed pursuant to this Part 21, and if the serial or 3 identification number of such property has been visibly altered or 4 removed, the operator shall not have a lien upon such property and shall 5 destroy or discard such property within 5 days after disposing of such 6 the vehicle pursuant to sections 42-4-2104 and 42-4-2107. 7 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 42-4-2106 as 8 follows. 942-4-2106. Perfection of lien. The lien provided for in Section 1042-4-2105 shall be is perfected by taking physical possession of the Motor 11 vehicle and its attached accessories, equipment, or personal property, and 12 by sending to the department, within 10 working days after the time 13 possession was taken, a notice containing the information required in the 14 report to be made under the provisions of Section 42-4-2103. In addition, 15 such the report shall must contain a declaration by the operator that a 16 possessor lien is claimed for all past, present, and future charges, up to 17 the date of redemption, and that the lien is enforceable and may be 18 foreclosed pursuant to the provisions of this Part 21. 19 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 42-4-2107 as 20 follows. 2142-4-2107. Sale of abandoned vehicle. 1. An operator may 22nd sell any motor vehicle and its attached accessories and equipment or 23 personal property within or attached to such the vehicle that are not 24 redeemed by the last known owner of record or lien holder after such 25 owner or lien holder has been sent notice of such lien by the operator shall 26 be sold in accordance with the provisions of Section 42-4-2104. The 27 notice was sent in accordance with Section 42-4-2104, 1-8 HB 22-1314. 1, 2, within 5 days after foreclosure of the lien pursuant to this 2 section at least 5 days before a vehicle is sold in accordance 3 with subsection 1 of this section, the operator shall send a notice to for the law enforcement agency having jurisdiction over the operator. Such 5 notice shall the notice must contain a list of personal property found 6 within the abandoned vehicle that has an intact serial or identification 7 number and such each serial or identification number. Such notification 8 shall be made the operator shall deliver the notice by certified 9 mail, facsimile machine, or personal delivery. 10 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 42-4-2108, amend 11-1, as follows, 1242-4-2108. Proceeds of sale. 1a. If the sale of any Motor 13 vehicle, personal property, and attached accessories or equipment under 14 the provisions of Section 42-4-2104 produces an amount less than or 15 equal to the sum of all charges of the operator, who has perfected his or 16 her lien, then the operator shall have a valid claim against the owner 17 for the full amount of such the charges, less the amount received upon 18 the sale of such motor vehicle. An operator does not have a valid 19 claim if the operator has violated Section 40-10.1-405. 20b. Failure to register such a vehicle in accordance with this Title 21 shall constitute Title 42 is deemed a waiver of such the owner's right to 22 be notified pursuant to this Part 21. For the purposes of foreclosure of the 23 lien pursuant to Section 42-4-2107. Such charges shall be specified in 24 subsection 1a of this section are assessed in the manner provided 25 for in paragraph a of subsection 2 in accordance with subsection 26 2a of this section. 27 Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes 40-10.1-101 amend. -9 HB 22-1314. 1-13 and add 1.5, 4.5, 6.5, and 13.5 as follows. 240-10.1-101. Definitions. As used in this Article 10.1, unless the 3 context otherwise requires. 4, 1.5, authorized or interested person means. 5, a, the vehicle owner, authorized operator, or authorized 6 agent of the owner of the vehicle. 7, b, the lien holder of the vehicle or agent of the 8 lien holder of the vehicle, or 9, c. If the owner signs a release authorizing an insurance 10 company TO act on behalf of the owner, the insurance company 11 or agent of the insurance company providing insurance 12. Coverage on the vehicle. 13, 4.5. Common parking area means any part of the 14 following areas that are normally used for parking, such as the 15 side of a street or parking spaces, that an owner does not have 16 the right to exclude other residents of the following from using 17 for parking. 18, a condominium, as defined in Section 3833.3-103, 9. 19, b, a cooperative, as defined in Section 3833.3-103, 10. 20, c, a multifamily building, which is also known as an 21 apartment complex, with separate living quarters that are 22 rented or leased separately, or 23, d, a mobile home park, as defined in Section 38-12-201.5, 6. 24, 6.5, drop fee means a fee a towing operator charges to 25 unhook a vehicle from a tow truck. 26, 13, non-consensual towing, or non-consensual tow, towed 27 non-consensually tow, or towed without. -10 HB 22-1314. 1 consent means the transportation of a motor vehicle by tow truck from to private property if such the transportation is performed without the 3 prior consent or authorization of 4a, the owner or of the vehicle, authorized operator of the 5 vehicle, or agent of the owner of the motor vehicle, 6b, the lien holder of the vehicle or agent of the 7 lien holder, unless the vehicle is being towed for the purpose of 8 repossession under a lien agreement, or 9c, if the owner signs a release authorizing an insurance 10 company to act on behalf of the owner, the insurance company 11 or agent of the insurance company providing insurance 12 coverage on the vehicle. 13, 13.5, office means the office of tow hearings created in 14 Section 40-10.1-407. 15 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 40-10.1-405, 1640-10.1-406, 40-10.1-407, 40-10.1-408, 40-10.1-409, 40-10.1-410, and 1740-10.1-411 as follows. 1840-10.1-405. Non-consensual tows, rights of owners, operators. 19 and lien holders rules. 1. Towing fees. I for a vehicle towed. 20 without consent. A towing carrier shall not charge the 21 authorized or interested person rates that exceed the rates 22 that the towing carrier charges, including any discounts, for a 23 vehicle towed with the owner's consent. These rates include the 24 base rate for towing the vehicle, mileage charges, fuel 25 surcharges, storage charges, and release charges. 26. 2. This subsection, 1A, does not apply to and Action 27 required TO be performed under Part 18 or 21 of Article 4 of Title. -11 HB 22-1314. 142 for which, when a vehicle is towed with the owner's consent, 2. The owner is not charged. 3B. A towing carrier shall annually file with the 4 Commission a schedule of rates that the towing carrier charges 5 for each service provided for vehicles towed with the owner's 6 consent and vehicles towed without consent. The towing carrier 7 shall post at a conspicuously visible space where payments are 8 made the rates required TO be filed with the Commission on a sign 9 that has letters 10I, at least 1 1/2 inches in height and at least 11 1 inch in width, and 12. 2. That contrast with the background on which the 13 letters are placed. 14. I. A towing carrier shall accept 15. Cash, 16. Major credit cards, and 17. Other forms of payment required by rule of the 18 Commission. 19. 2. The Commission shall promulgate a rule defining what 20 qualifies as a major credit card for the purposes of this 21 subsection 1AC. 22. D. A towing carrier shall not. 23. I. Charge storage fees for any 24-hour period 24 during which the towing carrier did not store the vehicle, and 25. 2. Charge or retain any fees not identified in the rules of 26 the Commission for the non-consensual tow of a vehicle from 27 private property. -12 HB 22-1314. 1. 2. Towing carrier document vehicle's condition and reason 2 for tow adequate illumination. A. Before a towing carrier 3 connects a towing vehicle to a vehicle without consent, the 4 towing carrier shall document the vehicle's condition and the 5 reason for the tow by 6. I. Taking at least 4 photographs of the vehicle, with 7 at least 1 photograph taken from the front, 1 photograph 8 taken from the rear, 1 photograph taken from the driver.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have a better understanding of the bill at this point, and it's okay to terminate the reading.
Wonderful. Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1314?
I got it.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1314 until the end of the calendar.
Okay, it will be 1314 will be moved over to the end of the calendar. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of HB 22-1393?
House Bill 1393 by Representatives Tipper and Soper, just Tipper and Soper. Concerning creating the Displaced Agrarian Scholarship for the descendants of agrarians displaced by the development of the Auraria Higher Education Center.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will speak slowly and hope that my esteemed co-prime joins me in the well. But in the meantime, I will move House Bill 1393.
Thank you. Can you also please move the appropriations report?
And the appropriations report.
Thank you. To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, he is always late, right? We love him now. In appropriations, we appropriated the one-time dollars to create seed money for this bill for the endowment fund. And with that, I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the approval of the appropriations report to 1393. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? Okay, the ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill, the genesis of this bill was in the fall. I was asked to attend a ceremony at the Auraria campus where I learned about the community that was displaced in order to create what is now the Auraria Higher Education Campus. And what this bill does is it honors a promise that the state of Colorado, in partnership with the city of Denver and the then new Auraria Higher Education Center, made to hundreds of Coloradans that were displaced in the 1960s and 70s in order to create the campus. So you see, before the Auraria campus, there was Auraria, which was a tight-knit, vibrant, working class neighborhood. It was established in the 1850s. It actually predated the establishment of the city of Denver. So it's the oldest community in Denver. It was established by miners, so the Latin word actually comes from gold. And fast forwarding 100 years to the 1960s, the government used eminent domain to first seize and then destroy people's private property. It was their homes, in most cases generational homes. Homes that had been passed down. 2 elementary schools, a famous cafe, a pickle factory, corner stores, an entire community, estimated at around 300 homes. And while community fought hard, ultimately they were really no match for local and state government. And while under the Takings Clause of the U.S. Constitution and the Colorado Constitution, they were entitled to compensation, they received very devalued compensation, devalued in part because there was a flood in the years prior. And so it really was not enough to compensate for the loss, particularly not the generational loss. And in part in recognition of that, I think, but also cynically, I think, just to get some of these folks to go away and accept this, these Aurarians were promised that their descendants would be able to attend the institution. So they would be able to benefit from the institution that displaced their entire community. But what we know and what we heard in testimony is that this happened for some people, but for many and for most, it did not. We heard in testimony that individuals tried to claim that scholarship, were given the runaround, were sent to different offices, sent to different local governments, and ultimately did not get those scholarships. So what this bill does is it creates a fund that the state of Colorado will put one-time dollars in, that then the institutions at Auraria right now, which is MSU, CU Denver, and Colorado, Community College of Denver, will be able to continue putting money into to honor this promise. So it's the state's portion of the culpability. And you know, this was really emotional testimony. We had an 82-year-old woman that talked to us about the memories she had of her community being displaced and the broken promise and what that meant to her, that we, all these years later, were going to do our part to fulfill that promise. I do have an amendment to move. I'll wait until we hear from my co-prime. But with that, I ask for your support on House Bill 1393.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also want to thank my co-prime Representative Carrie Tipper. You may be wondering, why is a guy from Delta on a bill that concerns displaced Aurarians? Well, every bill needs a displaced Deltan. But there's a little bit more to it. It's the eminent domain portion. And when the state makes a promise, when the state makes an obligation for themselves, the running of time should not void the state of that obligation. And that's what we're doing here, is we're fulfilling the obligation that was created back in the 1970s. This bill is really about history, it's about constitutional law, and it's about fulfilling our obligation as the state of Colorado. In 1965, there was a flood that destroyed a portion of the area that is known as Auraria. As Representative Tipper eloquently described what happened, I'm going to go into a few more details. At the time, there were the 3 colleges that are now incorporated were all throughout Denver. Those would be CU Denver, Metro State, and then the Community College of Denver. The plan was created in early 1969 that the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development would create a Dura zone for the 169 acres, and consider this part of their urban redevelopment. And it was a desire of the academic institutions, the city of Denver, the state of Colorado, and the federal government to be able to have one institution that would be a model for hopefully other cities and other states in the future. And it's still a model today. I'd have 3 different academic institutions on one campus right off the heart of a city. The decision was made that because there had been a flood, what they would do is they would condemn and declare blighted this entire 169-acre area that included the 300 homes that represented about 900 individuals. The city of Denver was the one that used eminent domain, and then the state of Colorado came in with the dollars to compensate the individuals. So this is what really irks me. They first knocked down the value of the homes by declaring them blighted. And then they came in and used eminent domain, purchasing the homes, forcing individuals off their real property out of their home at pennies on the dollars.
You're good. You're good. You're totally good.
And in 1972 was when they were fully displaced, and that's when the promise was made, the obligation was made, because they really wanted these people to peacefully leave their family home, their ancestral home. And that's when the promise was made that your kids and your grandkids will be able to go to these institutions of higher education on a scholarship. Well, that scholarship was never funded until 1990, and at that point in time it was $1 million through the institutions at that time. The state never kept their end of the bargain, and that's when Representative Tipper and I had conversations and said, we need to set the record straight. We need to make sure that the precedent exists out there that if governments, cities, counties, the state are ever going to use eminent domain in the future, that they can't have voided promises, that the promise made must be the promise that's kept. And that's exactly what we're doing here today. So members, I would ask for a yes vote. This is really a bill just fulfilling what we already committed to do back in 1972. And it's a real shame that it's taken 50 years, exactly 50 years, for us to actually do what it is that we obligated ourselves to do. But with any bill, we have a technical amendment. And I would move Amendment L001 and ask that it be displayed. Oh, she could talk now.
She has a meeting.
Thank you. L001 has been displayed. I do believe you need to move it.
I move Amendment L001.
Thank you. Who would like to discuss L001? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like any good bill, the Attorney General's office reached out to us and they asked for specific definitions to be included here about lineal descendants, the area neighborhood, and qualified degree programs be included in the bill. And I think that's it, unless there's anything else.
Thank you. So L001 is there any further discussion on L001? Seeing no further discussion on L001, the question before us is the adoption of L001 to 1393. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L001 is adopted. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I just wanted to really thank the sponsors of this bill. What? Okay. Are we okay? Go ahead, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Somebody's pointing behind me. I really want to thank the sponsors of this bill because this actually has a really big meaning to my community and specifically to my family. My grandmother actually grew up across from the Mercantile on the Auraria campus. And if you're not familiar with that, where that is, it's on 11th Street. And so she grew up there, and then my mom was, they moved back into the neighborhood when my mom was a baby. And that was in, 1963, between 1963 and 1970. And they lived off of 1147 West 11th Street. And I just want to point out how incredibly important this is, because they were part of the people that were displaced from the campus, from the neighborhood in order to build this campus. And I actually had the fortune of being able to attend CU Denver. However, I wasn't aware of this scholarship. And I actually would have been able to have benefited from it. And, you know, unfortunately, my grandmother is suffering from dementia and isn't able really to always tell us, or isn't able to always remember that some of the stories and you know, some of those things that from her life. But I do know that they were pushed out in a way that was, I think Representative Soper was talking about it, where it wasn't essentially that they were, you know, starting to build or going to build and then they were told they had to leave. They were kind of forced preemptively to leave the area. My mom was actually baptized at the St. Cajetan's Church that still stands there on campus and is utilized for events. So I'm incredibly grateful that this step is being taken by the state to help rewrite the wrong that did happen, and the people, mostly, like majority Latinos, that were displaced from this neighborhood that they had called home for generations. So thank you again for bringing this.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1293? Seeing none, the question before us is the... Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. Okay. The question before us is the adoption of HB 22-1393. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. HB 22-1393 is adopted. And yes, I believe that brings us back to HB 22-1363. Madam Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1363 one day.
Okay. HB 22-1363 will be laid over one day. That brings us to HB 22-1397. Will you please read the title of 1397, Mr. Schiebel?
House Bill 1397 by Representatives Herod and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senator Moreno, concerning the creation of the statewide equity office in the Department of Personnel and Administration.
Thank you. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1397 and
the Appropriations
Committee report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee appropriated the funding necessary to create the office. I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, thank you. The question, if there's no further discussion on the committee report, the question before us is adoption of the committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations report. Okay, to the bill. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L001 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. The amendment has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment adds the appropriate name of the department. I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, the question before us is L001. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L001 is adopted. Okay, Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill creates the Office of Equity. It is the outcome of the agreement between the governor and Colorado Winds. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1397? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of HB 22-1397 as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. No. Okay, HB 22-1397, the ayes have it, is adopted as amended. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of HB 22-1259?
House Bill 1259 by Representatives Duran and Judah, also Senator Moreno, concerning modifications to the Colorado Works Program.
Representative Judah, who would like to go first? Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1259 and the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report and the Appropriation Committee report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations report.
going through my...
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appropriations report was great, and they gave us some money to make sure that we help some families.
Appropriations is always great. All in favor of the appropriations report, please, if there's no further discussion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? Okay, the ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Public Health and Behavioral Health and Human Services report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Public and Behavioral Health Committee, we had a couple amendments to make sure that we had shored up everything with our stakeholders and got it to a good place, including where it was going to go next, and again, that our stakeholders were on the same page with us.
Wonderful. Is there any further discussion on the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of that report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? Okay, the ayes have it. Amendment, the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So TANF is a work and employment program that supports families in extreme poverty. These are usually single-parent households with multiple kids, and to qualify for TANF basic cash assistance, families need to make less than $420 a month. Unfortunately, cash assistance in our state has not kept up with inflation of the cost of living, and it is with less now than it was in the 90s. We encourage you to consider these families, and I urge a aye vote on 1259.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to add a few things to that. Through amendments added in Public Health and Appropriations, the fiscal impacts of the bill have been lowered significantly. The cash assistance increase will now only go up by 10% instead of 20% in the first year, allowing for ARPA funds to be spent over multiple years. Lowering the initial increase also lowers the out-year costs significantly. Sponsors and our proponents have been working for months to find ways to fund the bill. We have been working closely with our Majority Leader Moreno and in the Senate and with our counties, and we ask for a yes vote. Oh, also, I don't want to forget to mention, this is really important, that we also reached out and met with our state treasurer about the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, and the amount of unclaimed property funds being used is small. No more and unsustainable, with more than $1 billion projected to be in that trust fund, and I ask for a yes vote on House Bill 1259.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on 1259? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate the sponsors addressing the questions I had asked in committee this morning, but I still want to bring it to your attention that we are using money from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, and that is something that I've been looking at definitely in the years since I've been on the Joint Budget Committee, but even before that, I recognized when I had seen some reports that we are already taking a lot of money. We have some bills that literally pull money out of this trust that we are holding money in trust for other people. We're taking money out of that and paying, for example, the adult dental benefit, and then, which is another handout that we give to certain people that are means tested in the state of Colorado. And then this is another one of those. This is a means tested program where people are getting a monthly fund when they're not working, the Colorado Works program. So for us to be taking money, I agree that it's not a huge percentage of the total fund at this point, but what I want to make sure you all understand is it's not our money. We are holding this money for other people. This year there is not any money coming from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, but the out year in both 23, 24, and then 24, 25, we're taking a total of about $28 million. Again, I'm not I do appreciate that the sponsors listened when I asked about this in approps, and they absolutely have asked the treasurer, and they've asked the Senate sponsors, who are also aware that this is not our money to spend. We're spending it anyway. But I just want to, again, I just want to make sure that this one piece of it is on your radar, because as the years go on, one of the nonpartisan JBC staffers wrote up a report about 3 or 4 years ago, and he was looking at the various funds, the various monies that we have statutorily passed bills that will take money out of this fund, and he literally told us it was unsustainable in its current form, and now we're adding more money that we're pulling out of it. So it's unsustainable, and the fund will literally be insolvent. And it changes because there's different amounts of money that we take out. But I just want you guys to know that the fund will be insolvent in approximately 10 to 20 years, I believe is what the report said. I'm happy to pull it up if any of you want to take a look at it. I'm happy to let you see what that form, what the report says. And again, without even addressing the merits of this program at this point, I just want to make sure you know that we are handing out money that is not ours. We morally do not have a right to spend this money. And I really want to make that point, folks, because when we have money that is held in trust, we shouldn't be handing it out to other people, no matter how deserving they are. And so I just really want to make sure that you all understand that when you decide how to vote on House Bill 1259. For that reason, I actually urge a no vote on the bill, just because we are using money that isn't ours. And I do, but again, I do thank Madam Chair for letting me speak. And once again, I do thank both the sponsors for answering my questions. I really do appreciate you guys reaching out to the other sponsors and the treasurer.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors. Thank you for your passion in trying to help those that are in need. I think that's important, and I understand where the bill sponsors are coming from. I want to explain to the body why I had to be a no on this bill in committee, and it really is specifically addressing the fiscal costs. And in the first year, ARPA dollars do address those economic recovery relief cash funds, do help address part of the funding. But after that, that money is gone. So there's going to be a larger burden on the state treasury and more challenges. Now, I'm not going to go into the specifics of what Representative Ransom mentioned, because she's the JBC representative and understands that very well. But I will tell you, the price tag of this in the out years, 30 to 40 million, on top of everything else we're doing. We don't have a broken program. This goes on top of that. And that was a big concern of mine. And I just could not get there with these additional costs to the state. And here's the other problem I have, and I don't want to sound flippant when I say this, so please don't misunderstand me. We're calling it a Colorado Works program, but as we expand this program, we are motivating people not to go back to work. As we expand these benefits, there's incentives, not intentional, but implied, for people to not go back to work. Now, in order for me to explain myself, and I'm going to be short, my own daughter, who graduated and began in the workforce, was laid off from her first job. But during the time of COVID, she was getting unemployment benefits with what I call the kicker. And I told my own daughter, I said, you have to go back to work. Go get a job. Because that's how we were raised. And she told me herself, why, Dad? I don't need to do that. My friends and I have already talked about it. We don't need to go back to work. And let me tell you the irony, Colorado. She went back to work when the Biden kicker ended. Because she needed to go back to work out of necessity. But with that kicker from the federal government, she chose, and her friends, all educated people, chose to hang out and go hiking and have a good time. And do other things. Now that's not this story, and this affects people in many, many different ways, but I'm telling you, economic incentives and too much money in this area incentivizes people not to go get a job and do what should be done and contribute to Colorado's economy in the labor and in the workforce to better your community and better yourself as an employee.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in opposition to this bill. I first want to thank Representative Ransom for bringing it to everyone's attention about the unclaimed property funds and the possibility of that becoming insolvent with something like this when that's not even our money. But when you look at the fiscal note, for those of you online, I encourage you to look at that because 27 million plus this year, 29 million plus next year, 38 plus million in 24-25. You know, this bill is a recipe for more government spending on welfare services. And the bill majorly modifies the Colorado Works program in ways that only encourage dependence on government benefits. We really need to encourage people to get back to work. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to come down and explain a little bit about my no vote in committee on this bill. Being a former county commissioner and being involved with TANF dollars, that's something that we kind of hold dear. Being a county commissioner, I appreciate the amendment put on in the Appropriations Committee because at the 20%, that was going to shorten the life of our TANF reserves in our counties drastically. Going to 10% is still, it's going to prolong that, but it's still inevitable that these funds may go insolvent. So with that, I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Yes, I do encourage everyone to look at the fiscal note to see how we amended that to where it drops it from the 20% to 10%. It actually uses the ARPA funding, not just the first year, but continues over the second year in years after that. So I would appreciate if you could look at that. Secondly, let's not forget that this bill helps those who are below the federal poverty level. Once again, below the federal poverty level. And part of this program is you need to have a job or be in training for a job, and it's just temporary assistance. Now, to say that this encourages people to stay on public assistance, look at me. I was on public assistance when I was homeless with the son, and I'm not on public assistance anymore. And there are a lot of folks out there who just need a hand up, not a hand out. And I ask you for a yes vote on this bill.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate, $400 and something a month. Can you imagine living on that? You can't. And that's why we have TANF. And again, it's in the title, temporary assistance. So if we can make sure that we are supporting people who need exactly that, temporary assistance, and getting them on their feet, then we won't have to worry about them so-called depending on the government. The other thing I really want to make sure that people understand is that we have built in a provision in this bill that avoids a cliff effect, so that they are not getting cut off from the program, but rather they are getting weaned off the program to make sure that they get into a spot where they can be self-sufficient. So with that, I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1259? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of HB 22-1259. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Okay, the ayes have it. HB 22-1259 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1314.
Okay, Mr. Sheeple. Oh, I guess we've already read the title, correct? So we can just proceed.
The bill and the committee report.
Pardon? Oh, we need to read the title again, I'm told. So, Mr. Sheeple, can you please read the title again of HB 22-1314?
House Bill 1314 by Representatives Ricks and Hooten, also Senators Gonzalez and Sonnenberg, concerning the rights of a person with ownership interest in a vehicle that has been towed from private property without the person's consent.
And just to be safe, can you please move the bill again?
I move House Bill 1314
As amended.
as amended.
Okay, please proceed to the bill. We've already adopted the committee reports.
We're done. And we just
Okay.
ask for your yes vote on this bill. It's a very important bill that's going to level the playing field between the tow truck industry and vehicle owners here in Colorado. We need to ensure that cars or vehicle owners are treated equitably when they are towed.
Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1314? Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we had some good conversations about this. I want to thank the bill sponsors for the crazy amount of work you've done on this, and I appreciate your working with us on it. It looks like we've got some issues that need to be fixed, but we'll let the Senate work for a change. Thank you.
Awesome. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the discussion. I will still urge a no vote. I really have concerns that this will likely hurt some in the towing industry. And right now, when we need all the jobs we can get and people are struggling, that's my concern. But I hope in the Senate, maybe there's another good amendment. But again, thank you for the lengthy discussion.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1314? Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to come down real quick because I did have reservations on this bill early on, and I am not sure I've seen a bill worked on so well in this chamber since I've been here. My concerns were addressed, and I think many other concerns were addressed, and I just want to give a strong compliment to both of the sponsors for the work that they did on this bill, because it's a very important bill that I've heard about from my community. I also think that we have a responsibility to really look closely at property rights, and I feel like the sponsors have done that and have taken all that feedback and have produced a very strong bill that I think is going to be great for Colorado. And so thank you for all the work that you've done.
Thank you. Any further discussion on HB 22-1314? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of HB 22-1314 as amended earlier today. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, with that, HB 22-1314 as amended is adopted. That brings us back to the next bill in the order, which is HB 22-1378.
House Bill 1378 by Representatives Judah and Sullivan, also Senators Coleman and Hansen, concerning the Denver Metropolitan Regional Navigation Map grant to address homelessness.
Thank you. Bill sponsors, who would like to go first? Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move HB 1198.
1378?
Sorry, 1378, and the Transportation Committee report and Appropriations report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, the Appropriations Committee report was generous and confirmed our $50 million for one-time funds for homelessness.
Great. Is there any further discussion on the committee report, on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? Okay, the ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Transportation and Local Government report. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great committee. We had a effective time explaining the bill and got some great questions about what the regional supportive residential campus will look like, including questions around wraparound services for our homeless and unhoused neighbors.
Did you want to say how you amended that bill in the committee, which I think is what we want to do here?
I'm sorry?
We didn't amend it.
You didn't amend the bill in committee?
We amended it in approps. I'm sorry. Should we go back to approps? We amended it in approps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Thank you. With no further discussion on the local government committee report, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? Okay, with that, the ayes have it, and the Transportation Local Government report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great bill. This was a part of a three-bill package to address the homelessness situation. This is one-time money that came from the ARPA money. In our particular one, they're going to be putting together campuses to have all of the services for people, because when people show up at something and they're in need of a hot meal or a warm bed or a roof over their head for the evening, they generally have other needs and services that can be provided to them. And in a facility like this, we'll be able to take them all the way down the line to get them back on their feet and back to being, a working part of our society. They're looking at if there's going to be opportunity for different areas to put in applications for where the area is going to be, and I think this is the first step towards taking care of the problem that we have here in our community, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1378? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, bill sponsors. Now, give us an idea exactly. I know it's called a campus, but the first thing, I know a lot of people have been looking at this and saying, well, are we trying to recreate the projects from yesteryear, or what exactly are we aiming for here?
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 1378? Representative Judah.
Thank you, Representative. No, definitely not recreating the projects. If anything, we are going to provide transitional housing, emergency shelter, and really supportive and medical care that will be critical to employment, while also providing skills training that are intentional to get them into a permanent job and housing.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1378? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of HB 22-1378. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. HB 22-1378 is adopted. Okay, that brings us to HB 22-1399. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title?
House Bill 1399 by Representatives Ortiz and Basenecker, also Senator Janal, concerning consumer protection relating to music therapy services.
Representative Basenecker. I'm sorry. Yes,
thank you, Madam
Basenecker.
Chair. I move House Bill 1399.
Thank you. Please proceed. Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Folks, what we have here is a bill that recognizes and provides the protection to certified, board-certified music therapists like they deserve. Music therapy is a clinical and evidence-based use of music interventions to accomplish individualized goals within a therapeutic relationship by a credentialed professional and client. So what does that all mean? Bottom line, whether we're talking about physical therapy, whether we're talking about occupational therapy, recreational therapy, or music therapy, any therapy, you create a plan based on that patient's needs, and it's a professional that has to be making that plan, and you help move that patient through that plan to meet certain goals. That is what they do. That is what we're trying to protect here. Music therapists work with some of our most vulnerable populations. That include those with intellectual and developmental disabilities, autism, hospice patients, veterans, and those with physical and sensory impairments, mental health disorders, Alzheimer's, and dementia. They work in a variety of settings, including schools, general hospitals, rehab facilities, hospice, behavioral health facilities, child development centers, private practice, and more. Music therapy is even billed frequently under Medicaid. And despite their clinical work with these vulnerable populations, they are one of the few professions that do not have their credential recognized by the state and have no regulatory framework in Colorado. Folks, it's time we fix that. That is what this bill does. I'm going to turn it over to my co-prime.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you, sir.
I just want to, I couldn't say it any better than my co-prime, and my gratitude to him for letting me join him on this bill. I just wanted to give a shout out to some of our awesome music therapists that are at Colorado State University. They really drew me into this bill, into this program, into this need, and it's just a wonderful opportunity to provide title protection to them under the law. We have a pretty good bill. It's not a perfect bill, but after some work with my colleague, Representative Soper, we think it is going to be a perfect bill. He was very helpful in committee, and with that, I'd like to move L2, and I'm happy to talk about it.
Thank you. L002 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Basenecker, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is important that folks understand the bill language cleanly, and thanks to Representative Soper, we were able to clean up the section regarding the Class 2 misdemeanor that someone could be charged with should they ignore the title protection law if the bill is enacted. And last but not least, we also made it clear that if someone does violate this section, the Attorney General or the District Attorney may seek assurance of discontinuation of the deceptive trade practice from the person as opposed to ever going down that misdemeanor route. So we just want to give multiple paths to be in compliance without ever involving law enforcement.
Representative Ortiz.
Bottom line with this too is the AG already does this for individuals that are fraudulently claiming they have a certain degree, claiming to be certified when it comes to sign language and other professions. We're just following that model, and we are making sure that we explicitly state that here with this amendment.
Thank you. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I just wanted to thank the bill sponsors and also let everyone know that music therapists do go through quite a bit of training, and this first step of title protection is important, but I would encourage those that are supportive of the music therapy profession to encourage them to go on through another Sunrise reporting process and to go the next step through DORA to truly be a licensed profession, because they deserve that, and we need to support the elevation of this profession across our state. I urge and I vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just still speaking to the amendment, I really do want to thank the bill sponsors. This was something that I suggested yesterday in committee, that it's important that we aren't over-criminalizing the non-practice or the extracurricular practice of music therapy, and that we really do spell out that it's a Class 2 misdemeanor, but then we also add the belts and suspenders to ensure that the Attorney General or District Attorney first is going to work on the discontinuance of the deceptive trade practice first, and look to other lawful remedies rather than just immediately going down the misdemeanor criminal route. So I greatly appreciate this. I am in full support of the amendment, and will be getting behind the bill because of this, because I don't think we need to be over-criminalizing someone who's trying to do the right thing but may have gotten caught up in this particular area of law. Thank you.
Representative Burnett.
To the amendments, though. She wants to talk to the bill.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 2213-7, or on the amendment, L002? Okay, given no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L002 to 1399. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? Okay, the L002 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It's a pleasure to serve with you.
My mother had Alzheimer's, and she was in an assisted living center, and many of the residents couldn't speak. They couldn't walk, but they could sing. And I listened to many beautiful concerts of Alzheimer's patients singing in three-part harmony. It is so important. It was vital to their health and happiness. So I strongly support this bill.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1399? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of HB 22-1399 as amended. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Okay, the ayes have it. 1399 as amended is adopted. Thank you. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of HB 22-13403?
House Bill 1403 by
1403.
House Bill 1403 by Representative Judah concerning a 3-month delay in the implementation of healthcare billing requirements for indigent patients established in House Bill 21-1198.
Thank you. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1403.
Thank you. To the bill, Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very quick fix. Last year we passed 1198, making sure that Colorado hospitals screen for indigent care program, and we passed it so it would start on June 1 this year, and they needed an extension, so we're starting on September 1, and it passed out of committee with unanimous support.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1403? Seeing none, the motion before us is the passage of HB 1403. Please, everybody who's in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Okay, the ayes definitely have it. HB 22-1403 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of HB 22-1398?
House Bill 1398 by Representatives Burden, Holtorf, also Senators Colker and Liston, concerning the designation of registered agents in insurance companies for the purpose of receiving service of process and in connection therewith, requiring the Commissioner of Insurance to maintain a list of registered agents and describing circumstances when service of process may be made on the Commissioner rather than on an insurance company's registered agent.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1398.
Excellent. To the bill, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Such an honor to serve with you. Thank you.
Members, House Bill 1398 represents a necessary change in law to relieve the Commissioner of Insurance and his office of receiving service of process for all insurance companies doing business in our state. Currently, insurance companies that operate in Colorado but that are not organized under Colorado law must appoint the Commissioner of Insurance as its agent to receive service of process in the event someone wants to file a lawsuit against the company. This, however, is burdensome to the Division of Insurance is not always the best and most timely way for a plaintiff to serve process upon a defendant insurance company. As a remedy, our bill will remove the requirement that foreign insurance companies designate the insurance commissioner as its agent for service of process. We ask for a yes vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my co-prime sponsor for working so diligently to get this bill that helps Colorado and Colorado insureds. Because of the fire season, because of the number of claims, because of all the fires, there's been an excessive burden placed on the Insurance Commission. And this particular bill helps with that registered agent. So now there can be more registered agents and more people to handle these very important matters.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1398? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of HB 22-1398. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Okay, the ayes have it, and HB 22-1398 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of HB 22-1372?
House Bill 1372 by Representative Carver concerning an exemption from air emission limits for the use of a stationary engine to support critical infrastructure in emergencies.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1372 in the State Affairs Report.
Thank you. To the State Affairs Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In State Affairs, we added an amendment. It was language requested by CDPHE. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on, is there any further discussion on the State Affairs Report? And seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the State Affairs Report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? Okay. The ayes have it, and the State Civic and Military Veterans Affairs Report, Committee Report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a narrowly focused bill to deal with an issue that's been under discussion between DOD, the military installations, and CDPHE for the last 4 years. Colorado had a unique approach in how they dealt with emergency generator emissions, which are rarely used, but because Colorado did it in a certain way under the regular operating permit, it put military commanders in the impossible situation that if they had to run the emergency generators during an emergency, as defined by EPA regulation, that they could run the risk, since they don't control the duration of the emergency and how long they have to run the generators, they were at risk of criminal and civil liability because of the way this was being dealt with. And so, again, a 4-year discussion, and ultimately this was the result, and we took all the safeguards that CDPHE wanted, we agreed to, and so with that, with those amendments, CDPHE was neutral, and we believe this addresses the issue. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Representative Carver for her work on this bill and for coming to me ahead of committee and really walking me through the issues that were present for our armed services members. I think this is a bill that fixes an issue and really puts the priority where it should be in this regard, and that is national security and making sure that our armed service members can do their jobs without worry of other sorts of complications that come from simply signing a piece of paper to keep the lights on and making sure that our folks can work as they need to. This is such a limited scope as well, which is why I was very comfortable supporting this bill. I agree, and we heard from our armed service members yesterday that there is a commitment to ensuring, greenhouse gas reductions, carbon neutral methods. I mean, all those things which you can justify in a number of different ways, if it's not cost savings, if it's environmental concerns, whatever it is for you. We heard those things clearly, but this was a bill that I think needs to pass out of this chamber yesterday in order to ensure that folks aren't placed in a really difficult situation as a result of having a power outage or another situation. And if those generators need to run longer, as I mentioned to Representative Carver this morning, we have larger issues because there's a national security issue that causes them to be on. So I support this bill. I support Representative Carver's work in this space, and I thank you for bringing the bill.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I so appreciate my colleagues' comments. Good discussion in committee yesterday, and with the uncertainty in the world, this is yet another reason why we need to clarify the law here in Colorado. And so appreciate the comments and would ask for your aye vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this. While I have spent a number of years making sure that our local utility kept our military bases applied, there was always that issue about whether or not they were able to keep going. And I have been in the position mentioned where I have had to fire up the diesel generators while on active duty to keep the lights on in the mountain. So I appreciate this. I appreciate the not having to go to jail to do that and maintain our national security.
Is there any further Representative Van Beber?
Thank
you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of 1372, and I want to thank you, Representative Carver, for bringing this bill forward. It's always extremely gratifying to me as a legislator to know that we have legislators who live in a realm of rooted common sense that ensure that the national and the state infrastructure that we rely on to have society move forward each and every day is protected by fundamental things like generators at our military bases being run so that we have the assurance that we are going to be okay yet another day. So thank you for running something. I rise in support of this. It's unfortunate that this kind of legislation has to even be considered so that we can protect our fellow Coloradans.
Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1372? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of HB 22-1372. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. Okay, the ayes have it, and HB 22-1372 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1011.
Seeing no objection, we will move to HB 22-1011. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of HB 22-1011?
House Bill 1011 by Representatives Cutter and Snyder, also Senator Story and Lee, concerning the establishment of a state grant program that provides funding to local governments that dedicate resources for wildfire mitigation purposes.
Thank you, Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me just say what a complete honor and privilege it is to serve with you.
And a total honor and privilege to serve with you, Representative Snyder. Would you like to move the bill in the committee reports, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. We move the Appropriations Committee report, the Energy and Environment report, and the bill itself.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
What?
We can't. We have to move the amendment. Okay. All right. Gotcha. Thank you.
To the Appropriations report. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we're in appropriations today. We took a little bit of a haircut. We reduced the amount of funding, and we changed the end date for the grant program. So we move for approval of the Appropriations Committee report.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, all in favor of the Appropriations Committee report, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say no. The Appropriation Committee report has it. The ayes have it. Okay, on to the Energy and Environment report. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's such an honor to serve with you.
We need to move an amendment, L003, to the Energy and Environment Committee report.
And ask that it be properly displayed.
Yes, thank you.
You want to talk about it?
Sure. Just me.
Thank you. The amendment has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Cutter, can you please explain your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really, this is just some language clarification. It's nothing substantive, just a little bit of cleanup.
Okay, is there any further discussion on L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L003 to HB 1011. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? Okay, the ayes have it. HB or L003 to HB 1011 is adopted. Okay, is there any further discussion on the committee report? Would you like to say how it was amended in committee? Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It defined, let's see, it clarified dedicated funding and defined dedicated funding as a tax raising or retaining measure, which is one form of demonstrating a long-term commitment to mitigation, which is required in the bill. It expanded the eligibility for funds. It further clarified who is eligible for these funds. It clarified partnerships and how this would actually work in practice, and also clarified departmental assistance from the Colorado State Forest Service.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the Energy Environment Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy Environment Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, the ayes have it. The Energy and Environment Report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, folks, this is really a very innovative and novel and very hopefully successful approach to increasing funding and participation in wildfire mitigation efforts. So this is a grant fund that recognizes the good work done in local communities. It started out being just eligible to counties and municipalities that had a dedicated tax, but we realized quickly there was not enough. Taxes are very tough to pass in Colorado, and so really, by way of example, we've expanded that eligibility to include a lot more ways that local jurisdictions are investing in fire mitigation. So in Colorado Springs, down from where I am, they got a Tabor override, the voters approved, and they put $20 million into a fund with a commitment to spend 5% or $1 million of that every year into fire mitigation. So we've really broadened the eligibility for this grant money, and I think it will incentivize other jurisdictions to do things like Chaffee County, like Summit County have done with a dedicated tax, or whether they just find it out of their budget and dedicate some money towards it. But we think it'll really be a key part of our ongoing struggle against wildfires and their increasing threat, and really empowering local communities to put some skin in the game and get busy doing fire mitigation.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, to echo my colleague who explained that very well, fires are increasing in intensity and in frequency. This was one of the top bills that came out of our wildfire interim committee, and we're really excited about this because it creates this partnership with local communities and gives them the opportunity to get additional funding for mitigation projects. But they will be eligible for a good state match to do that. So it's really just incentivizing that partnership and that continued work in individual counties and areas of the state in their own neighborhoods. It's really important that we all pitch in and do what we can. So it is very innovative, and we're really excited about this bill and hope to get your support. There's more than 3,800,000 acres of forest land where people are living right now that is at the highest risk for forest fires. So this bill is something we desperately need, and we look forward to your aye vote today.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we're really proud of the stakeholding work that's been done on this. Been going on in a long time, well before session. And so we have the Colorado State Fire Chief, CML, CCI, Colorado Counties Acting Together, the Association of Realtors, Western Resource Advocates, and even my town of Colorado Springs are all in strong support of this, amongst many others. So we're very happy to be here today, and we ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 22-1011 as amended? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of HB 22-1011 as amended, please say aye.
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 Everybody opposed, please say no. Okay, the ayes definitely have it. HB 22-1011 is adopted as amended. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of SB 22-035?
Senate Bill 35 by Senators Rodriguez and Smallwood, also Representatives Burton Van Winkle, concerning the occupational accident insurance coverage that independent contractors of carriers may acquire pursuant to standards set by the Division of Insurance.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 35, and there is no committee report.
Thank you, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, thank you for taking some time to listen to us talk about Senate Bill 35. We are proud to bring this bill to you today. It's an important bill that will help many people afford the opportunity to achieve the American dream by starting their own business in the trucking industry. Many of these entrepreneurs are minority-owned businesses, and many of them are first-generation immigrants to our country, and they are seeking the opportunity to start their own business. Many people view this opportunity to have their own trucks, set their own schedule, work with who they wish, and choose which loads they want to haul. Unfortunately, though, for these small business owners, right now under current statute, they are only able to purchase costly workers' compensation insurance, which can cost them up to 9% of their net income. Our bill today makes a clarifying change in current law to allow the choice for these owner-operators to purchase occupational accident insurance, which is about 1/2 or 1/3 the cost of workman's comp policy. The change that we're proposing today in current law just simply gives these hardworking business owners the opportunity to save money and still purchase good coverage for themselves. We ask for a yes vote.
Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My sincere thanks to Representative Byrd. This is a very good bill, and as she said, will help Americans achieve the American dream. It will provide small independent trucking businesses that operate those big vehicles, 16,000 pounds or greater, with an affordable insurance option by allowing them to purchase the occupational accidental insurance. And as Representative Byrd said, in 2018, we actually passed a bill unanimously in here to do this. The insurance commissioner just needs some further input from the legislature, so that's what we're doing here, and just making sure that these mom and pop trucking companies, that truly is usually a husband and wife or spouse or whatever, just one or two owners among themselves to live the American dream. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I stand in strong support of this bill. This is a pro-business bill. We all hear in the news how it's difficult to get new truckers, new people to drive 18-wheelers. We all hear that it's difficult for our supply chain. We're really trying to find new truckers to come into this profession. What this bill does is bring down, gives more options, actually could bring down the price of insurance. With high fuel prices, $5 a gallon, for the type of fuel that is used for these big rigs, these diesels. They're suffering from high prices just like everybody else. This is a great opportunity to bring down some prices, give these drivers more options, attract drivers to this field. I think it's a timely bill, and I urge a strong yes. Thank you.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in opposition to this legislation, and also to make a public apology to the people of the state of Colorado and to groups that I had promised yesterday that I would advocate for them during the conversation that we were having on this in our committee. You see, I'm on the committee, and I would have generally had an opportunity to talk on it and discuss it and hear from everybody. And I take committee hearings very seriously because starting in 2013, I used to come into this building either by myself or with other groups. And I would sit in the back, I would sign up, and I would sit in the back and wait for hours before we had an opportunity to give our piece and talk about the issues. Many times we were behind other issues that were coming up, but we sat there patiently until we got our opportunity to speak. And I have vowed since I came down here that I would respect these people who come down to this building to talk to us and to hear their stories. And when I tell one of them that I will be advocating for them and then not being allowed to do that through no fault of my own, because of scheduling differences, I wasn't able to be there and hear their stories and talk about the issue, then I need to apologize to them, and I hope that at some point in the future I will be able to earn your respect once again. But as far as the bill is concerned, this is a goal of misrepresentation of employees. This happens a lot here in the state of Colorado, and there's some unintended consequences of something like this happening. You hear what they're trying to do is give these owner-operators cheaper insurance. Well, cheaper insurance ends up affecting the rest of us who are on the roads with these people. Imagine that driver who went through, came out of the mountains and crashed and burned 4 people alive in their cars. If he didn't have the insurance that he needed to cover everybody, then who was going to take care of those families? That's a major concern for me. Also, turning these people into owner-operators and the leasing of the vehicles. Now, again, I could have heard this last night in my committee, but I wasn't there because I was moved to somewhere else and I couldn't talk to anybody about it. So I'm going to let you know, I know they're already all set. They've got all of the votes. It doesn't matter. But again, I just want the people of Colorado to know that I apologize for not having the ability to do what I said I was going to do for you. And please trust me that I will try and do better the next time. And I ask a no vote on this.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the people of Colorado, I am a member of the minority party. I'm outnumbered here, Republican, Democrat, 24-41. So when the ruling majority messes with the calendar, does anything nefarious, I will be the first one to come up here and say the chairman of that committee yesterday was nothing but gracious and nothing but kind. He laid the bill over once, laid the bill over twice, laid the bill over a third time to give all representatives who wanted a voice in that matter an opportunity to come speak. He deserves credit, and I believe the entire committee handled itself with honor and dignity yesterday. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I do want to make clear on this bill, I know that there was a question brought up about whether the statute that we're changing or the changes that we're making would impact any way that employees are classified. I do want to make clear we aren't doing anything in this bill that you have before you that touches on how employers classify their employees. What our bill does is simply clarify that if you are an owner-operator of your truck, you are a small business owner, that you have a choice now. You may continue to purchase workman's compensation insurance for your coverage, or alternatively, you can purchase occupational accident insurance. Another thing, we have more guardrails in our statute than you see in similar statutes in any other state. I don't think Representative Van Winkle brought this up, but only Colorado and South Carolina, we're the only 2 states in the country that don't currently allow owner-operators to purchase occupational accident insurance. So we are modernizing our statutes and giving small business owners additional options to bring down their costs. I think I mentioned that the cost of workman's compensation insurance can be 9% of a small business's net income. So please consider that. And the guardrail that I wanted to bring to your attention is, unlike any statute in any other state that currently allows occupational accident insurance, we've set a floor that there has to be a minimum amount of $1.5 million of coverage. So no other state offers that. We've included that in our statute, and we ask for a yes vote.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Will.
I just want to come up in strong support of this bill. This is timely. Representative Sandridge said that. This bill is a timely bill, and I support it 100%. In my growing up, 2 of my uncles were in this business. They made a living their whole life doing this with trucking. 2 of my uncles, and this type of thing, it totally helps small business. And I think back of the times that there are people in those businesses now that can benefit from this type of legislation, just like my family could have years ago, and then potentially now too as well. So I just want to come up and say I'm in strong support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, rise in support of this bill. I am one of these people. I have my own truck, and I haul cattle. I had an uncle that did that, had 3 trucks. Most of the operations out in rural Colorado in my district fit under this. Anytime we can save them some money but still have the same coverage, we need to be all over that. So I stand in strong support of this, not only for myself, but the other small trucking firms out there. So thank you.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard this bill in committee yesterday, and one of the biggest concerns from the witnesses were about independent contractors and if the the companies could skirt around having employees and making them independent contractors. My concern was that there weren't any penalties in the law, in the bill around that. And today, Representative Byrd brought some penalties to me to show that there are penalties if someone is misclassified. I do have a lot of people in the trucking industry that I know, and I know that having the option of selecting occupational accidental insurance versus workers' comp, which is a more expensive type of insurance, will definitely help the bottom line. So I strongly support this bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 35? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Keep on truck and vote yes.
Seeing any further discussion, seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 35. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 171.
Senate Bill 171 by Senators Bridges and Priola, also Representatives McLaughlin and Kipp, concerning restrictions on making public the personal information of educators at risk of threats.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. I move Senate Bill 171 to seconds with no committee reports.
Terrific. To the bill. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill adds teachers and educators to the list of people we cannot dox anymore. And doxing is the publishing of private information about a person, such as a home address, employment location or information, cell phone numbers, in an attempt to scare or intimidate. And this is happening more and more with teachers these days, and so we're trying to make that stop. Thank you.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill, first I want to thank my co-prime sponsor for inviting me to be on this bill with her. I talk a lot with the teachers of my community, and there is certainly a lot of concern and fear about the doxing, about public and private information being made public that really just isn't appropriate. In these extremely tense times, we just need to make sure that we retain the teachers we have. We have a teacher shortage, and we want to make sure that our teachers are willing to continue to teach. So I urge a yes vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 171? Representative Van Beber.
I know. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to rise in support of Senate Bill 171 and thank the sponsors for bringing this forward. This is yet another place and space in an industry where those who work in it are in an ever-increasing unsafe place from the individuals that they are tasked with taking care of. And it's unfortunate that we've come to a point in our society where a bill like this becomes necessary in order to take care of the individuals who are taking care of the students they are teaching. This bill really does provide a commentary on where we are at in the place and the space of education. That we must ensure that minors are sent a clear message, and their parents, there are some things that are unacceptable and inappropriate. So thank you for bringing this bill forward. I rise in strong support of this bill, and I ask you for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 171? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 171. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 171 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report. Do I need to give?
House will come to order. Mr. Shee will please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following touch bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1006, 1011 as amended, 1132 as amended, 1240 as amended, 1259 as amended, 1314 as amended, 1372 as amended, 1378 as amended, 1386 as amended, 1393 as amended, 1397 as amended, 1398. 1399 as amended, 1403 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 35, 171 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1363 laid over until April 29, 2022.
Representative Kipp. Members, you have heard the motion. There are no amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shee will please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excuses, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. All right. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
See no objection, we will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Shee, please read the title of the House Bill 1082.
House Bill 1082 by Representatives Hooton and Bacon, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the enforcement of state housing laws by the Department of Law and in connection therewith establishing a fair housing unit within the Department of Law.
Representative Hooton. Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have to say that I am very proud to concur with Senate amendments. They made the bill better.
If you don't mind.
You know, if they didn't, I'd have something different to say, but they actually did. This came from the business community. They were a little slow on the uptake. They could have done this on the House side, but they did not. But the Senate accepted those amendments, and after review, Representative Bacon and I agree that the House should concur, and we urge an aye vote.
That's great. Do you mind framing that in a motion? Representative Bacon.
Yeah.
No. Go ahead.
I move that we concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1082.
That's a proper motion. Is there any further discussion?
Cobble.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of, is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1082. Mr. Shee, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1080, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1082 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1082 as amended.
I think it's repassage. Did you say repassage? The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1082 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
My camera not working? Sorry.
Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1082 is repassed as amended. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1220. Oh, yeah. Co-sponsors. Literally the weirdest thing we do. We gobble at the thought of accepting Senate amendments, but then we reopen the machine for people to co-sponsor the bill based on those amendments. All right, please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1228.
House Bill 1228 by Representatives Roberts and Bockenfeld, also Senator Quorum, concerning the continuation of the regulation of pre-need funeral contracts and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2021 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1228.
That's a proper motion. Would you guys like to talk about it? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's a little confusing, I want to put on the record that when we sent this bill out of the House, it did not require an appropriation. But the Senate, I guess, are the big spenders in this building, and they put a small appropriation on this bill, and so that is the amendment. But thank you for all of your due diligence with our finances. We should, but the Senate needed some more money, I guess.
Well, Representative Bockenfeld, any further discussion? Representative Bockenfeld.
I also ask for an aye vote.
All right. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1228. See no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes. Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1228 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the repassage of House Bill 1228 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1228 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Should I fine Representative Sirota? It's a $3 fine, Representative Sirota. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1228 is repassed as amended. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the co-sponsors.
Have amendments will travel.
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1294.
House Bill 1294 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Young, also Senators Ensinger and Gardner, concerning additional pathways to provide special education services to children with disabilities in charter schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1294.
is a-
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
That is a
I will
proper.
gobble myself if that's all right. So the version of the bill that passed the House left some ambiguity when it came to the situation of IEP teams choosing to place alternative administrative unit students in outside placements. It was therefore amended in the Senate to simply set some clear lines around when that student still qualifies as a student of the AAU versus not. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Young.
I concur with the gobbling, and I concur with the concurrence.
It's all proper. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1294. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members please proceed to vote.
I guess I shook your
Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1294 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1294 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1294 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 excused, House Bill 1294 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1031.
House Bill 1031 by Representatives Tatone and Ortiz, also Senators Zenzinger and Cook, concerning a requirement that a powered wheelchair manufacturer facilitate the repair of its powered wheelchairs by providing certain other persons with the resources needed to repair the manufacturer's powered wheelchairs.
Representative Ortiz.
Mr. Speaker, I move to concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 1031.
That is a proper motion. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what they did in the Senate was they put a liability piece in here and extended the petition clause out a little bit to give people time to comply. Ask your aye vote.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1031. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1031 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1031 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1031 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1031 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1157.
House Bill 1157 by Representatives McCormick and Titone, also Senator Hawkes Lewis, concerning the utilization of demographic health data by the Department of Public Health and Environment to address health inequities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are very excited to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1157.
Can you frame it in a motion, maybe?
I move that we concur with the Senate amendment.
That too.
Thank you, Representative Titone. Any further discussion? Representative McCormick.
Yes, just happy to report that the sponsors in the Senate worked with CDPHE to get them to testify in support to make sure that we have added language to ensure full data privacy protections that adhere to federal and state law. I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1157. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
Burnett.
Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1157 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1157 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1157 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1157 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1232.
House Bill 1232 by Representatives Valdez and Titone, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the continuation of the regulation of persons in connection with the control of asbestos and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations of the Department of Regulatory Agencies contained in the 2021 Sunset Report.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we concur with the Senate.
You know, this is your third concurrence in a row, Representative Titone.
I know. I'll do better next time. I'm sorry.
Is that a good thing?
I'll do
I
better.
think so. I think it's a good thing. Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to let everybody know what we did here. We defined a facility. We defined the technical area of public access. Pretty simple stuff, but yeah, we're concurring.
All right, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1232. Seeing no further Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Williams, how do you vote? No. Representative Williams votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1232 is adopted. I do want to remind members that there's no laughing in the legislature, so if we could just try to... We might need to bring in the Senate sergeants. Majority Leader Escar. Joking, House sergeants, you guys are way better.
As long as they bring the blankets and cookies over here as well.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1232 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1232 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1232 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1155.
House Bill 1155 by Representatives Will and McCluskey, also Senators Gonzalez and Moreno, concerning in-state tuition classification at institutions of higher education for students who completed high school in Colorado.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 22-1155.
Has the proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am so proud to be carrying this change to 1155 and ask for your support. We are changing House Bill 1155 to now be in honor of former Representative Val V. Hill. This will be called the Representative Val V. Hill Asset Act. Representative V. Hill served here for 4 terms from 1999 to 2006, and during that time, he carried the asset bill 6 times to try and change and make sure that all students in the state of Colorado had access to a higher education experience, dream, and credential. So it is with great pride that we concur with this Senate amendment and ask for your support.
See no further discussion. Well, there is further discussion. Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Val V. Hill held the seat that I'm currently in. And before I came to the legislature, I worked with him on several times on the asset bill. It didn't pass while he was here, but he's the one that laid the groundwork for that bill. And, unfortunately, he passed away a couple of years ago, and we still haven't had a chance to do his memorial. But I think this is a great honor for him and his family. So I want to thank the 2 sponsors for doing this.
Representative D. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the bill sponsors for bringing this forward. Former Representative Val V. Hill is a friend, and he continued to move forward education and asset, not only for the children in the gallery, as you will have a chance to continue to see how important this bill is moving forward, because one day, each and every one of you will go on and have a choice to go on to a higher education. So please stand. So thank you, each and every one of you, for being here. But for Val V. Hill, thank you. Yes.
Remember,
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1155. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
Would you like to vote, please? Thanks. Soper?
Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1155 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1155 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1155 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion, House Bill 1155 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, April 29th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, Friday, April 29th. Announcements and introductions. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Appropriations Committee, we will be meeting tomorrow at 8 a.m. Be there. And we do have a joke winner today for our lovely young people in the audience. So the winner of the joke is Representative Van Winkle. Come on down. Let's hear the joke that you have for the kiddos. Yes, you get the award. Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
I need people to think. Mainly my kids. Why did Where's Waldo?
Wait, make sure they can hear you.
Oh, why did Where's Waldo wear stripes? Because he didn't want to be spotted.
The joke of the year. The joke of the year. Any other announcements or introductions? Representative A. Valdez. Oh, I guess I have one. Representative McLaughlin will replace Representative Byrd, and Representative Exum will replace Representative Snyder on the House Business Affairs and Labor Committee for today only. Representative A. Valdez.
Lost that. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder to Energy and Environment, we're going to be meeting here at 1:30 over in LSB. Be there, be square. We're starting on time.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So for those who are following finance today, friends, family, and fans of finance, I wanted to give you a calendar update. We're going to move some bills around. We'll begin the hearing with House Bill 1402. Then we will move up and hear House Bill 1381. Then follow that with Senate Bill 166. and then the rest of the calendar will follow accordingly. So I just wanted to let you know we've moved things around a little bit to accommodate changing schedules around the building, and we hope to see you there.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Business Affairs and Labor, no changes to our calendar, but we are in a different room than we normally are. We're in 107 across the hall because the great Finance Committee is in their big room. We'll see you down there at 1:30.
Seeing no further announcements or introductions, Majority Leader Esker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess, not recess. Yes, recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess till later today.